Hello, today on my channel you will hear an amazing story about life. I hope you enjoy this story. This one struck me to the core. Honestly, I still can't forget it. Enjoy watching.
Deciding to follow her husband, the wife saw him getting on the wrong train and hopped on. "Mom, Dad, I want you to meet my boyfriend." Or rather, already with my fiancé, Emily said one evening when they were sitting together at dinner. Susan gasped. "Emily, how so? How long have you been dating him? And you haven't even said a word to us. It's all secret, all secret, all secret." "Mom, but why not? We've been dating for a while," Emily replied. "Michael came to see me with an injury. Anyway, it's been 2 months now, but the intentions are serious for both of us." "Daughter." "Congratulations to you," pronounced the father, who had been silent until then. "And when you had time to grow up, I didn't even notice. Time has flown by so quickly. You've graduated from the University of Medicine, you've begun to work, and now you're almost a bride." "Yes," said the mother thoughtfully. "I want a family like yours." "You've always been perfect for me," Emily said. "You talk to each other a lot, still write messages to each other, respectful to my brother and me, among others. I even gave you guys as an example to Michael and told him that you were the standard of a perfect relationship for me." "Emily, when are you going to introduce us?" Susan asked. "Michael and I are coming over for lunch this weekend." "Mom, you don't bother cooking much, okay? You'll make a lot of dishes again. You'll get tired, so just make it hot and that's it. Michael and I will pick up some cake on the way." "Emily, I'll certainly try, but you know me, I probably won't be able to do that," Susan replied, grinning. "I like cooking. I like feeding you guys goodies, but I'll try." Emily had been working as a trauma doctor at the clinic for several years now. She graduated from the local medical university and immediately got a job at the clinic. Sometimes she took on inpatient duty, but only a couple of shifts a month. And meeting Michael happened right in the medical office. He was a pilot, an airplane commander. "Hello, come in, Doctor," Emily said in her duty phrase. It was a phrase she said 30 times every day. She didn't put much emotion into it. Absolutely not. And this time she said it without even lifting her head. Michael entered in his pilot's uniform, and Emily couldn't take her eyes off him for long. Tall, statuesque, handsome. "Good afternoon," said the young man. "I didn't expect to see such a fragile, beautiful person in the trauma doctor's chair." Emily broke into a smile. "And you, I see, from ship to ball," the girl asked. "Yes, you're right. Just off the flight, we flew with a flight from Vienna, and there was a rowdy passenger flying with us. The whole crew had to subdue him. That's what he got." Michael showed Emily his injured arm. "Well, I hope you landed normally," Emily tried to joke. "As you can see, both myself and all the passengers on Vienna to New York flight 345 arrived at our destination on time," the man reported back to her. "Yes, you have a nervous job," Emily said and began to examine her arm. "I'm going to send you for x-rays now. We need to find out if there's a fracture. Here you go, room 205 is on the 2nd floor. You'll take the x-rays and then come back to me." Michael nodded. He walked around for about 15 minutes, then came in again, but knocked first. Emily had already looked at his picture in the program. "I want to reassure you there is no fracture. I'm going to give you some ointment now. You will put ointment on your bruise twice a day. I promise your arm will be healed before the wedding," and she handed the pilot a prescription to the pharmacy. The young man took the prescription in his hands. Then he said, "Emily, I don't do this every day, but I want to take you out to dinner tonight." Emily, who had filled out the chart in the computer, immediately looked up. She was very excited about the offer and of course accepted it, but she needed to pause for the sake of decorum, which she did. "You know what, Michael, I don't get offers like this every day either, so I'll take it," Emily answered and smiled at the man. "Where should I pick you up?" he asked. Emily gave him the address of the apartment where she lived. Michael picked her up at 7 p.m., as they had agreed. Emily put on the most beautiful dress, came out to him in heels, thus conquering him with her beauty and charm. "I'm even more convinced that I didn't ask you to dinner for nothing. You're adorable," Michael said as he opened the car door for Emily. "Thank you so much for the compliment," she said shyly. They had a wonderful evening. a delicious dinner, pleasant company. It was as if they were made for each other, and that's what they both thought. Since then, they met often, not every day, because Michael had flights and Emily was on night duty. But they were always drawn to each other. Michael was telling his mother about his new girlfriend, Susan. She was an overbearing woman, constantly controlling her son, always wanting to know where he was and with whom. That's why she was wary of every girl he met. "Mom, Emily's great. She will definitely like you, I assure you," reported to his mother, like a schoolboy, 30-year-old Michael. "And where did you two meet?" inquired already Susan, organizing her son's interrogation. "In the hospital," he answered. In the voice of the mother was heard a note of surprise. "At the hospital?" "Yes, Mom, in the hospital. Remember, we had a fight in the cabin of the airplane? After that, I went to the hospital." "Doesn't she work there as a doctor?" "Is your new girlfriend a trauma doctor?" Susan asked. "Yes." "What hospital does she work at?" At the First Regional Hospital." "Mom, do you want to see her too?" My son snickered. "No, not yet." But Susan has already thought out that in the next long-distance flight of her son, she will go to this new girl for a checkup. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll introduce you to her very soon." But Susan met Emily faster than Michael had introduced them. 2 days later, she was already standing on the threshold of the hospital campus, knew everything about Emily that could be learned from the internet: how long ago she graduated from university, what is her work experience, in which office receives and until what time. How much is her appointment without an appointment? It was impossible to make an appointment. All the nearest appointment was taken, so Susan went to pay for it. The reason, of course, she made up allegedly a sore knee, although a woman like Michael's mother will run around the city for another 10 years and nothing will hurt her. Next, Emily uttered a phrase that had become a familiar one. Susan didn't have to be reminded a second time. She flew into the office like a bullet. Emily was surprised to see her in her office, but she didn't let on. Michael showed her a picture of his mother and told her that she was overprotective and overprotective. "Hello," Emily said in a sweet voice. "What are you complaining about, Susan?" "My knee hurts." Periodically, that is, she corrected herself in time. "Does it hurt now?" Emily asked. "Not right now," Michael's mother replied. "At the moment, I can suggest that you go for an MRI of the lower extremities. We'll see what kind of treatment will work best for you and what's wrong with your knee, because joint problems are very common in women your age. Let's go." The woman didn't want to go anywhere. That's not why she came here. "No, not right now. Maybe later." "Emily, that's not why I came here at all." The girl, who had been writing something in the patient's medical records, stood up from the table and looked at her in surprise. "Why did you come, Susan?" Emily said. "I can guess, though. You're Michael's mom. He's told me a lot of nice things about you." That made Susan smile. Really," she answered calmly. "And I want to know from you about the seriousness of your intentions for my son. Michael, he is my only son, and I do not want him to be used and abandoned as second-rate material. You have no idea how much I care about him. Yes, he works hard, he has money." Emily interrupted her monologue. "I have very serious intentions for Michael. I love him, and I want to spend the rest of my life with him. I'm not the kind of girl who takes advantage of a man and leaves him. Don't worry. Now, if you have everything, you can go with your knee if you want to, and if it is really hurting, you can get it sorted out. Come in by appointment or call me, and I'll make an appointment for you myself. The patients sitting in the hallway are waiting for my appointment too." Susan got up from her chair. She wasn't very pleased that Emily had asked her to leave so unceremoniously, but she didn't let it bother her. "Very good, Emily. All right, I'll go. I hope Michael introduces us very soon. And I also hope Michael doesn't find out I'm here." And the woman left the office. At the end of the workday, Emily pondered the arrival of her potential future mother-in-law. Why had she come like that, unannounced? She considered her arrival to be insolent and rude, but she wouldn't tell Michael about it. After all, it was his mother, and she wished him nothing but the best. Emily also wondered what impression she had made on the woman. But of course she wouldn't know about that either, because Susan wouldn't ask about it directly. Emily had been very stressed about her mother's condition lately. Susan was thoughtful, but did not say anything, although they had a very trusting relationship. Although Emily lived separately, she came to her parents' house several times a week. Or they met with her mother on neutral territory in a cafe, at the theater, just in the park. Susan had recently begun to notice her husband's coldness toward her. She and Jason had been together for 30 years, and all that time it seemed to Susan that they treated each other very tenderly. And just the day before yesterday, she had gone to her favorite lingerie store that she and her husband often visited. She needed new pajamas, and in front of the store entrance, she saw her husband's car. Strange, Jason's here without me, she thought to herself. He must want to make me happy. While she thought about it, Jason came out of the store, got in his car, and drove away. Susan didn't even have time to react. With the hope that tonight she would get a present, the woman ran into the lingerie store satisfied. "Girls, please pick me up some pajamas," she said. "But not like my grandmother's, but with lace." "We understand," Susan, the sales clerks, who knew Susan and Jason's family, said friendly and began to pick out clothes for her. Jason ran out of the lingerie store in a hurry and left the bag with the lace bodysuit on the counter. The salesgirls didn't notice it right away, but only when Susan left. Coincidentally, Susan mixed up the packages and took the one that belonged to her husband Jason and left her own. It was only at home that she noticed this exchange of goods. That evening, excitedly after dinner, she unpacked her purchase. But what was her surprise when she saw in the bag not her pajamas at all, but a pink, lacy, translucent bodysuit. And the size was clearly not hers. She took the receipt out of the bag and decided to call the store, which was going to close in 15 minutes. She wanted to let her know that she had gotten the wrong package today. "Hello, girls, I came to see you today for pajamas," the woman said. She was recognized on the other end of the line. "I think I mixed up the bags. I didn't take my own, but in the bag with someone else's purchase," she said. "Do you have the receipt?" the girl on the other end of the line asked. "I'll look at it." "Yes, there is," said Susan, who pulled out a check for a considerable amount of money. She thought to herself that someone's man was very generous to his woman. "Please tell me the number of the discount card. We can use it to tell you who the purchase belongs to," the girl said. Just a second, Susan took the check, called the numbers on the receipt. This card and the purchase belonged to Jason Smith. Susan, hearing her husband's first and last name, fell into a stupor. But she needed to finish her dialogue with the store employee. "Okay, got it. I'll return the merchandise tomorrow and pick up mine. Thank you. Have a good evening," she said and hung up. After the conversation, she once again went to the gift bag that contained the item that wasn't hers, unfolded the bodysuit. It was about a size 44. Susan's size now was closer to a 58. This before, about 15 years ago, she might have fit into this bodysuit, but definitely not now. "Who's this for? Jason bought lingerie. Did he have a mistress?" Questions immediately began to pop into her head. The thoughts made a cold sweat run down her spine. "No, my husband is not capable of that. We have lived in love and harmony for 30 years. Raised 2 children," Susan thought. She sat down in the chair and couldn't move. It was as if she had been electrocuted. It was the phone call that brought her out of her thoughts. "Susan, hi. Why aren't you answering your phone?" It was her best friend Ashley calling. "Hello? Susan, can you hear me?" "I can hear you," Susan mumbled quietly. "Susan, what's wrong? What's wrong with your voice?" "I don't know. I think something's wrong." "Can I come over now?" Ashley asked, who was in the neighborhood where Susan and Jason lived. "Yes, come over, I'm home," Susan added and hung up. She sat in the chair with the same unfortunate pink lace bodysuit in her hands until Ashley arrived. "Here, look," she handed Ashley the bodysuit. "What is it?" Ashley asked, surprised, twirling the underwear in her hands. "A bodysuit. My husband bought it for someone," Susan told her friend the story. "Well, Susan, what if it's a mistake?" You've already got yourself in a twist, her friend consoled her. Yeah, do you believe in this idea of a mistake? Jason was buying lacy lingerie, and it wasn't for me, Susan summarized. I saw it with my own eyes. Yes, you did. Don't you want to ask him yourself? You've always said that Jason and you have a trusting relationship, Ashley suggested. I guess I'll have to do that. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to do it, because then my whole idea of a perfect family will be destroyed overnight. But it's better than not knowing, Susan said. Let's have some tea, because I'm so thirsty. She bustled around the stove in the kitchen. Ashley stayed at her friend's house until evening, and then she left. Her presence calmed Susan a little, but the arrival of her husband from work brought her back down to earth. She decided not to tell him about the purchase she'd discovered. Hey Jason, how was your day? Susan asked her husband as usual. The same, sweetheart. As usual, Jason replied tiredly. Sorry, I won't eat dinner. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. I have to get up early tomorrow, and I have an important meeting in the morning. I'll lie down in the living room so you won't be in the way. Susan tried to say the words in a firm voice so that she wouldn't show her husband her resentment. She wanted him to say, beloved, this is not disturbing me at all. I want to sleep tonight only with you. Therefore, what living room? But alas, the reality was quite different. Okay, Jason said, and went straight to the shower. Susan could hardly hold back her tears. In the morning, Jason left at about 6 a.m. Susan had just gotten up. Susan had just had time to get up when he ate breakfast and said, I walked over to my wife, kissed her, and left for work. Susan was alone. Emily, hi. Susan called her daughter for advice. Can I see you tonight? I'm sorry, Mom, I can't. I thought we said Friday, Emily replied. Did something happen to you? Yes, I did. All right, well, let's do it tonight at our cafe. All day, Emily thought not about her patients, but about what could have happened to her mother. As a doctor, she immediately thought that she had some serious illness. Therefore, in the evening at the cafe, the girl began with the topic of illness. Mom, don't worry. Nowadays, almost everything can be cured. We'll find you the best clinic, even abroad. Emily, what are you talking about? Susan couldn't hide her surprise, despite her daughter's pained look. I'm not sick. You mean you're healthy? I thought you'd found out you were ill, and that's why you've been so brooding lately. No, Amy, that's not the case. Susan pulled herself together to tell her the problem. It's that your father is cheating on me. Emily could not believe this information, as she had found out about it by accident. Susan recounted to her daughter the whole story with underwear, which completely accidentally surfaced in the woman's life. Yes, I never thought that my father could do such a thing, Emily said thoughtfully. Do you know who she is? No, and I want to find out soon. I just don't know how. Amy, I lied to Michael by telling him that we have a perfect family. We're just a normal family with a typical cheating husband. That's how it turns out, as sad as it looks. While the women were talking, the waiter brought them coffee. Thank you very much, Emily thanked him for the order. The waiter nodded in response. Mom, we need to think of a way to get him out. Let's think about it together. I just don't know how to act in a situation like this, because it's the first time I've been in it. And Susan cried softly. Mommy, please calm down. No one deserves your tears. I know it hurts, but we'll get through this together. Emily hugged her mom tightly. That night, Jason came in and said that he had to go to his mother's house in another town, that she was supposedly sick. I'll take the train. It'll be faster and there won't be any traffic. I'm leaving tomorrow night. Maybe I should come with you, Susan suggested timidly. No, not yet, he replied quickly. You know your mother doesn't like you very much, don't you? Let's not traumatize her just yet. All right, Susan sighed. She had no relationship with her mother-in-law, no matter how they tried to make it work. Her mother-in-law was a bossy woman who wanted Jason to be with her. And when Susan came into his life, she didn't take kindly to her. Grandchildren Emily and Anthony loved immensely. But Susan never accepted. And Susan was very upset by this fact. But she gave up trying to please her mother-in-law What time is your train tomorrow? Susan wondered whether Jason would lie or tell the truth. At 5:10 p.m., her husband answered. I'll walk you out. You don't have to, mind your own business. You have a lot of work to do around the house, he said. And it was true, there was always a lot of work in his house. It seemed to never end. Susan decided to follow her husband, who went to check on her sick mother. Arriving at the train station a little earlier, the woman saw her husband. True, he got on the train, not the one Susan expected, but the one that was going in the exact opposite direction. And Susan decided on her own head to quickly jump into the last carriage of the train to follow him. After going through all the cars and finding Jason in one of them, Susan sat behind him. It wasn't a long ride, only about an hour. Susan filled the stop. It was the Kalanina station. It was dark outside the window. There was some small, almost abandoned station. Susan was afraid to get off here following her husband. But on the platform she saw clearly that her husband went to the girl, kissed her, and they walked together by the hand into the darkness. Susan, seeing this picture, cried. The train moved on. Where was she going now? She didn't know. She just sat and rode in silence. After half an hour she came to her senses and realized she had to get off, so she got off at the nearest station. The station was quite large, but where to go, the woman did not know. So she called her daughter. Emily, hi. Susan sobbed into the phone. Mom, what's wrong? Where are you? Emily tried to make sense of her words through the noise of the train and her mom's tears. I don't know where I am, Susan continued to sob. Mom, calm down. What is near you right now? The daughter was trying to find out her mother's whereabouts. She didn't know she had traveled far away. I went to the station to follow Jason. He said he was going to his mother's, but he got on a different train, so I got on the other train with him and followed him. He got off at some station called Kalinin, and there was a girl waiting for him. From these words, Susan again became very offended, and she sobbed again. Mom, what is the name of your station? Susan said the name of the station, which she read here on the sign. Now find yourself some place to wait for us. As soon as I find out where you are, I'll come straight over. After talking to her mother, Emily rushed to open a map on her phone. Michael was beside her. He had the day off today. Michael, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drag you into our family problems, but I can't do it any other way. Mom needs help. At the same time, Emily searched for the name of the station where Susan was now. She found it quickly and found that it was about 120 kilometers from the city. Yeah, that's a long way for Mom to go. But we have no choice but to go pick her up. She's very depressed, Emily said. Michael went with her. He was driving, which was good because she was very nervous. And there was no telling if she would be able to drive for that long. Emily and Michael had a bit of a mix-up. It took about 2 to get to the station. With it already dark outside, Susan waited for them inside the station. During this time, she had already had time to digest her situation and calm down a bit. But still her condition was unstable. Mom, are you okay? The first thing Emily asked, meeting her mother's eyes. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you drive almost at night to pick me up. Susan felt uncomfortable, especially in front of Michael. It's okay, Susan. Things happen in life. Michael was sympathetic. After picking up the woman, they all walked together to the parking lot where their car was parked. The drive back was faster, as it always was. Emily drove her mom home and they stayed the night at her house. After Susan fell asleep, Emily didn't dare call her dad, it was too late. But she couldn't bear to watch her parents' family crumble literally before her eyes. Jason picked up the phone relatively quickly. Dad, hi, Emily said into the phone. Oh, Emily, hi. Is something wrong that you're calling at this late hour? Yes, Dad, there is. Why don't you tell me what's going on between you and Mom? Daughter, let's you and I talk about everything when I come from Mom's. Father's voice was anxious. Dad, can you not lie to me? I know you're not at Grandma's. The father on the other end of the line fell silent. Daughter, let's talk about everything afterwards. I don't feel comfortable talking right now, and he hung up. Emily didn't realize that it was pointless to ask her father for details now. She just had to be patient and wait. But she didn't have much patience. In the morning, Emily was awakened by a phone call from an unknown number. "Hello," Emily said through her sleep. She always slept so sweetly at her parents' house. "Is this Emily?" The pleasant female voice on the other end of the line asked. "Yes, it's me." Emily jumped up on her bed. "I'm Amber, your father's mistress. We need to meet tomorrow night at Cafe Rebecca at 8 o'clock in the evening," the girl said very quickly. "Okay," was all Emily had time to reply. Amber quickly hung up the phone, apparently so her father wouldn't overhear the conversation. Emily didn't tell anyone about the call, not her mother, not Michael, not her father. She decided to go to the meeting first, and then act according to circumstances. Cafe Rebecca was located in the center of the city, and was considered one of the most prestigious establishments. Emily had been there only once before, as a student, when she had gone there with her friends. This time Emily felt at ease already. She had money for this cafe. Last time, when she was still a student, going to this place took half of her scholarship. Once inside, she searched her eyes for this Amber. Emily didn't know what she looked like, but her dad's mistress had found her and waved her over. Emily cautiously made her way in her direction. "Emily, I'm going to have a short conversation with you. After all, you and I are not friends. I urge you to keep quiet about our conversation, otherwise it will be worse for you." Amber started the conversation. Emily carefully sat down in the soft chair. A waiter immediately came over to her. "I'll have a cedar latte, please," she said. One thing Emily remembered from her college days was that Rebecca's made very good coffee. The waiter nodded and walked toward the kitchen. "I have a favor to ask of you," Amber continued. "Get off my Michael, and I'll get off your father's back." Emily didn't understand anything. "What are you talking about? And what right do you have to tell me to leave Michael?" The girl was indignant. "I have every right," Amber shouted. "You're the reason Michael left me. He met you and left me." "What the hell are you talking about, Amber?" Emily still couldn't understand what kind of nonsense this girl sitting across from her was talking about. "Before Michael met you, he and I dated. He was in love with me, and then he met you, and he turned his attention to you and forgot all about me. But I didn't let that go. I found out about your family, and I got your father to fall in love with me. I had no trouble seducing him. Apparently he was so caught up in his old family relationships that he jumped on me like a hungry dog on a bone. What did your mommy do to him?" Amber laughed. "Don't you dare say that about my mommy," Emily exclaimed. She hated to hear such words about her parents. "What's your dad like in bed?" Amber continued to play. "If you want your father back in the family, leave Michael alone," Amber said, and got up from the table. "Otherwise I'll make him marry me, which will completely break your mother. And I'm not kidding. I'm no joke." After saying that, Amber walked out of the cafe. Emily was shocked. The waiter had long ago brought her the cedar latte she had ordered, but she couldn't bring herself to take even one sip of coffee. Finally, she took that sip. The coffee warmed her up so much. And she began to think about what she should do next, whether she should tell Michael or her father or her mother, or leave Michael for the sake of bringing her father back into the family. Would her parents be able to maintain a good relationship after all this? Emily was at a crossroads. She then decided to just talk to her father about what was going on between him and her mother. The next morning, after canceling an appointment at work, Emily arrived at her father's workplace. "Emily, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Why aren't you at work?" her father asked indignantly. He was uncomfortable that the whole mistress thing might come out. "Dad, I came here so you could tell me everything. I don't recognize Mom. She's completely exhausted. Tell me, who is this woman?" Emily went straight to talking about the mistress. "She's a flight attendant," Jason replied nervously. "But it's clear to me now," Emily said out loud, thinking she was speaking to herself. "What has become clear to you, Emily?" "I don't get it," her father was perplexed. Nothing. "Dad, how serious is your relationship with this Amber?" "Oh, you already know her name." Good for you, Jason said ironically. Stop being ironic, Dad. Our family is crumbling before our eyes. How serious is your relationship with this woman? Honestly, daughter, I had a crush on her, but I didn't think it would go this far. Admittedly, the initiative came from her. But of course she wouldn't have missed out on a man like you, wealthy, successful, athletic, and handsome. Dad, don't start talking about Mom. Have you seen the state she's in? Or are you only interested in your job and this Amber? Emily was ready to explode, but held back as best she could. I'm not ready to leave the family yet, her father admitted. You know I have a lot in common with Susan. I can't leave it all behind like that. But I can't leave Amber either. This is when Emily couldn't take it anymore. Daddy, don't you realize she's just using you? The girl screamed. Emily, calm down. Her father tried to calm her down, but to no avail. Emily burst into hysterics and ran out of the study, slamming the door loudly. She didn't get to have a frank conversation with her father. Jason was alone. He paced back and forth in his large office with his hands behind his back. He realized that this affair had gone too far, and it wouldn't be easy for him to get out of it. But what should he do? Leave Susan and go to Amber, the woman who'd made him young again? Or live out his life with his wife? He didn't know the answers to those questions, but he realized that his relationship with his daughter Emily had soured. Emily ran out of her father's office, ran to her car in the parking lot, and tried to calm down in the car. She didn't manage to calm down right away. When she was able to drive, the girl decided to go to her mother's house and talk to her. Today was Susan's day off. She was a little surprised at her daughter's sudden appearance. Emily, why aren't you at work? Asked a confused Susan, who hadn't slept well the previous night. And what's wrong with your eyes? Have you been crying? Emily went straight to the kitchen. Susan, without further ado, put the kettle on. Mom, I saw her, Emily pronounced. Her who? Well, Dad's mistress. Her name is Amber, and she works as a stewardess. Susan was wary of the word mistress, but where had Emily been able to see her? She called me on her own. Emily began to tell her story, and got upset again, reliving it all over again. Mom, the thing is, this Amber stole Dad on purpose from Michael. Daughter, are you okay? What are you talking about? Susan didn't realize if her daughter was delusional or telling the truth. Mom, I'm perfectly fine, she told me herself. If I want my father back in the family, I have to leave Michael. Allegedly, Michael dumped her and left her for me. I don't get it. Susan shook her head, trying to put what she had heard in order. Amber doesn't like Jason at all. That's what I'm telling you right now. She'd gotten involved with him to get back at me. And Jason fell for it. But she's beautiful, young, well-groomed, and she's got a lot of nerve. She told me that I had to leave Michael, and then Jason would come back to you. Susan was silent. She finally got the full meaning of what she had said. I have a counter question. Do you think I'd want your father after all this? And how disgusting. Jason falling for some young girl, betraying me, betraying the kids. Emily, do you have to move on with Michael? You have to make your own destiny. And if you love Michael, then by no means sell your love. Don't leave him for this Amber. If Michael is with you now, then he loves you. Emily, hearing these words from Susan's mom, walked over to her and hugged her tightly. Mommy, but I feel so sorry for you. Can you survive such a betrayal? I can. For your sake, Anthony, I can do anything and survive it, Susan replied. The women were unable to continue the conversation further, as Emily's younger brother Anthony came in from practice. He was still a high school student, finishing 11th grade this year and preparing to go to university. Hi, little brother, Emily said the phrase in a deliberately cheerful voice. Anthony doesn't need to know anything. Hey sis, why aren't you at work? I'm working the second shift today. I just stopped by to see you and Mom. Emily and her mom decided to talk next time. Emily went to work. Michael. She decided not to say anything yet, but she wasn't planning on leaving him either. Amber called Emily 2 days later, though. So, Emily, are you going to leave Michael alone? Mistress, she's never been treated with ceremony. Remember, I will never leave Michael alone. And you stay away from my father after all. I won't. I'm going to make Jason leave your mother, and I'm going to leave her with nothing." "You little bitch," Emily almost shouted into the phone. "But you'll never get away with it, no matter how hard you try," and the girl herself hung up the receiver. Her hands were shaking from the vile words she had just heard. 2 days later, Jason didn't come home for the first time. Emily had been told about it by his mother. A week later, he told Susan he was leaving her for someone else. He couldn't hide it anymore. "Susan, thank you for all the years you and I have been together. Thank you for the kids, for Emily and Anthony. They're wonderful. But I'm sorry I met someone else," Jason said. It was hard for him to say those words. He'd been thinking about them for a long time. But Amber had forced him to leave his family. She'd blackmailed him into losing her, and he'd grown attached to her and couldn't live a day without her. After saying that, Jason went up to his bedroom to pack his suitcase. He did so quickly, and on his way out he added, "I'll file for divorce myself." When he left, Susan let the tears fall. In her opinion, it was the end of her family, which she had so lovingly created all this time. But somehow life had to go on. Susan stood by Emily. Amber, learning that Emily wasn't going to leave Michael, freaked out and decided to act out to spite her. Daily, she told her lover Jason to leave the family. "Jason, when you leave that Susan of yours and come to me so we can have a full family. I'm going to have a baby for you," Amber told Jason. His mistress took him in her affection, and Jason gave in, plucked up his courage, and told Susan the truth. And Amber rejoiced. After Jason came to her for good, she'd pictured Emily. But the reaction of her powerlessness, her anger at her father for abandoning her mother. But it was Emily's own fault. Amber had warned her. Emily chose not to retaliate against Amber. Spent all her free time at her mom's, which is exactly what her loved ones wanted. Amber, not seeing the wounded response at all, decided to move on. She wanted Michael too, and she didn't need Jason. Michael was her target. So she needed to set up a meeting with Michael. Amber and Michael worked for the same airline. Michael was a co-pilot at first and flew in the allotted hours and proved himself to his superiors in an extremely positive way. He became an aircraft commander. Amber worked for the airline as a flight attendant. She liked Michael immediately. In general, Amber had a love for pilots since childhood. She could not explain it in any way. But she read novels in her youth. For some reason, she imagined her soulmate was a pilot and no one else. When she saw Michael, she realized she was lost. She flirted with him for a long time, trying to draw attention to herself. Michael, who had no girlfriend at the time, fell for her advances and seductions. But he did not feel anything serious about her and told her repeatedly. But Amber, at that moment, everything was fine. After all, Michael was with her, and it was the most important thing for her. And then Michael met Emily and disappeared. He left Amber, and he was honest with her about everything. She was furious, and she couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that Michael had traded her for someone else. She didn't immediately follow Michael's new girlfriend. In principle, it wasn't hard to do. Emily had come to the airport a few times to pick Michael up after work. Then she found out all about Emily, her family, tracked down her father, and arranged a chance meeting in the parking lot. Amber went back to her big job to get Michael back, but he never came back to her. And one day, while leaving the airport with Michael, Amber struck up a conversation with him. "Michael, hey." Amber caught up with him. "How are you doing?" "Hey, yeah, I'm good." "Michael, I wanted to tell you that I'm not mad at you anymore," Amber said with a sly tone. "I finally met my love, too." "Yeah, I'm really happy for you. I really am." "I hope he's a good man?" Michael asked. "Yes, he is. And you know him?" "I know him. You intrigue me. Who is he? Tell me." "That's a mystery. Michael, why don't we go to the coffee shop tonight? Or do you want to come over for a cup of tea, just for old time's sake?" Amber needed to lure him into her web. She had a plan in her head. Michael gave it some thought and agreed. "Shall we? I'm not in any hurry right now. Emily's on shift till tonight." "Oh, great, to our favorite coffee shop like we used to." Aha. And Michael and Amber wrapped up at a diner near the airport. Have you had breakfast, Michael? No, I haven't. So I'm going to get some cereal with peanuts and tea. That's right. Amber admitted to him and ordered all the things she had listed. He ordered himself scrambled eggs and sausage and an espresso. Amber needed to lure Michael to her house at all costs. To do so, she opted for a sleeping pill in her purse, which she needed to discreetly slip into his drink. She had no trouble doing so. When Michael went to the bathroom, she calmly took and added the medicine to his coffee. Only she made a small dosage, so that he did not pass out right here in the cafe. Unsuspecting, Michael calmly ate his scrambled eggs, began to drink. After taking a couple of sips, he felt weak and drowsy. I guess I'm so tired from the flight today that I'm really sleepy, Michael said, closing his eyes as he walked. Amber realized that now was the time to take action. Michael, why don't we go to my place? You can take a nap at my place, because it's a long drive home. He couldn't resist, so he agreed. Happy Amber took him under her arm and quickly led him to her car. As they drove, Michael fell asleep. She had to work hard to wake him up when they arrived and could barely get him up to her. When she got Michael into her apartment, Amber took him into the bedroom, took off his shirt, and covered him with a blanket. Then she undressed herself and lay down next to him. Amber did all of this so that she could take pictures of them lying in bed together and doing well. Those pictures were safely taken. There was no Photoshop needed. Everything looked so realistic that even a simpleton would believe it. After that, Amber got out of bed, changed into her house clothes, and lay down on the couch. Jason was on a business trip. There was no need to fear that he would suddenly come home. Michael woke up 4 hours later. He couldn't realize anything at first. Where am I? He whirled his head around, trying to figure it out. Honey, I've got you, Amber said affectionately as she ran in at the sound of his voice. You and I had such a good time. Michael couldn't understand a thing. What time? My head hurt like I'd been drinking nonstop for a week. I thought we were at a coffee shop. How did I get here? You invited me to your place. So I went. I love you. Amber hugged him. Michael pulled her arms off his shoulders. Don't, Amber. I don't believe there could be anything between us. You don't believe it, but look. The girl showed him the pictures she had taken. You set this whole thing up on purpose. You lured me to the cafe to slip me something. Michael couldn't believe the veracity of the pictures Amber was showing him. Michael, it was your initiative, and I just went along with it, Amber replied. Don't you ever send those pictures. Ashley, do you understand me? Do you? Are you threatening me? No, not yet. I'm just warning you. Michael barely got out of bed and walked out of the apartment. Amber was rubbing her hands together because she'd done it. Michael went first to the airport to pick up his car because he'd left work in a hired car. Then he was in a hurry to get back before Ashley got home from work. He broke all the rules, but he made it to the apartment where they'd been living together for months. He got there a half hour before she got back, changed quickly, and showered. All those half hours he wondered if he had something with Amber or if she'd cheated on him. Hi, Ashley greeted cheerfully when he got home from work. Hi, Ashley. Michael came out to greet her, gave her a kiss and a hug. I missed you so much. I missed you too. How's your mom? Michael suddenly asked her. Not good, Ashley said sadly. She can't get over it, and I don't know what to do. Ash, it's going to take time. Unfortunately, nothing else will help. I'm sure Susan will come through this ordeal with flying colors. We just have to wait a little longer. I certainly hope so, Ashley replied. She's spending a lot of time with Anthony. He's finishing 11th grade and getting ready for college. Her father hasn't called or written since he met Amber, and it's like he's lost his mind. As they say, a gray hair in his beard, a black eye in his rib. What are your plans for tonight, my love? Ashley asked playfully. I just want to lie in front of the TV with my favorite girl, Michael replied. I don't mind. Michael and Ashley spent the day together as they had planned. One day, Ashley went to her father's office to pick up his papers. Her mother had asked her to do so. Susan didn't want to see her husband again, so she asked her to go to Ashley's father's office. Ashley stopped by after work and he wasn't there alone. Emily was sitting in her father's office. This meeting hadn't gone too badly, even though it had been unpleasant. What can you do? Dad, Mom asked me to pick up my papers. Emily started the conversation. Give them to me and I'll go. They're in the locker room now in my briefcase. Jason went to the locker room, and Emily was alone with Amber in the office. She restrained herself from saying anything hurtful to Amber, but she wasn't holding back. How did you like Michael in bed? Amber asked ironically. What's it to you? Emily snapped at him. Or does my father not suit you at all? No, I'm fine with him, but I like Michael better. Stop it, Amber. Emily yelled at her. By the way, Michael and I had a lot of fun recently, she said, as if she didn't mean it. A couple days ago, Michael came over for a couple hours. Didn't he tell you that? Oh, that's too bad. I thought you two had a very trusting relationship. I don't believe you, Emily replied sharply. And I have proof. Amber pulled out her phone to show Emily the pictures from earlier. Well, I think we look great in bed together. Don't you think? Emily flipped through the pictures, unable to take her eyes off them. While she was looking at them, her father came back with the papers. Here you go, he said. Emily took the documents with trembling hands and left the office without saying anything. What's wrong with her? Dad asked Amber. I don't know, she said. I don't really care about your daughter, to be honest. Emily walked on, tears dripping from her eyes. She couldn't believe that her beloved Michael, her sweetheart, was cheating on her. The girl got into her car, let the tears flow, and then drove home. She needed to find out all the things that Michael was hiding from her. When she arrived, Michael was home. Hi, sweetheart, he said. But Emily didn't say anything, just looked up at him with her big, blue, crying eyes. Is something wrong? Something with Mom? Michael asked her. No, Mom's fine. But our relationship is over, Emily replied. What are you talking about? Anne, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying you can go back to your Amber. You and I are no longer on the same path. How could you go out with me and get in bed with her? After saying that, Michael realized what he was talking about. Amber showed her the pictures she'd taken when he'd suddenly fallen asleep. I'll explain everything to you right now, he tried to justify himself. I don't want to hear any of your explanations. I've got it all figured out, Emily said harshly, though it hurt her to say such words to the man she loved. Now please take your things and go live at your place. Michael realized that Emily was very upset with him. He himself would have been offended too, so without further ado he gathered the necessary things and left the apartment. Emily was left alone. She cried all evening, sitting on the couch and remembering their relationship with Michael, how it had started, how much romance there had been in the beginning, how she had fallen in love with him as a freshman girl, how she had waited for him from flights. She remembered and cried even harder from the hopelessness that nothing could be taken back. In the evening, her mom came to visit her. Susan's visit was planned. She wanted to pick up the documents Emily had traveled to her father's office to get. Susan saw Emily crying. What's wrong, daughter? She asked. Now Susan had to comfort her daughter. Mom, it's Amber. Imagine today when I went to my father's house, she showed me pictures of her and Michael in bed. It was a few days ago, Emily said, sobbing. She felt sorry for herself. Are you sure it's not a montage? Susan asked. Just knowing Michael and his attitude toward you, I can't believe it. What did Michael say to that? And I did not listen to him, said the daughter. The picture was enough for me. But you can't do that. You always have to hear 2 points of view. This Amber's interest is clear to me. She wants Michael back any way she can. She even went through Jason, but she realized she didn't get her ex back. She's angry, and she's being mean. Mom, not making excuses for him, her daughter continued. I'm not making excuses. That Amber is an asshole, and she needs to be dealt with in her own way, Susan said firmly. She was belligerent. I realize now that Jason is just a fling for her. And I've been asking myself for days, why didn't I fight for my husband? And Emily, maybe you should have given that girl a big send-off. Mom, is that you? Emily didn't recognize her usually quiet and calm mother. How do you want to fight for Dad? I don't know yet. It's Anthony's birthday, so we need to get the whole family around the family table soon. Can you help me? And we'll invite my dad too, of course. Without Amber, of course. And we'll reminisce about all the good times we used to have together. Mom, I don't know what it'll look like, but I'll help. Emily nodded. Her resentment toward Michael had been put on the back burner for now. Emily spent all her free time preparing for her brother's birthday. Anthony was turning 18. He decided to celebrate his holiday twice, with friends in a cafe and with relatives at home. A couple days before the party, Anthony called his father. Dad, hi. I hope you didn't forget. It's my birthday. No, of course not, son. How could I forget? Jason replied sincerely. He had a wonderful relationship with his son. He didn't want to lose that relationship to a new love. Dad, we're going out with the family. I'll see you at home on June 25th. Will you come? Jason paused for a moment, which made Anthony want to get upset, and then he said, I will, Anthony, thank you. I just hope you'll come without her. You know, Mom, Emily, the in-laws, no one will be happy to see her. I'm not such a fool, his son realized. And Jason did keep his word and came to the party on time and without his Amber. Susan met her husband as if there had never been any marital discord in their relationship. She was affectionate, friendly with him. It was a family celebration that everyone enjoyed, and the birthday boy himself was happy, and a full family, and gifts that made him relatives. After the feast was nearing completion, Anthony with a glass suddenly rose from the table. My relatives, I want to say a big thank you to all of you. Thank you for what I have. To you, Dad, I say a special thank you for coming, and we are together with you now as before. Anthony's words touched both his father, mother, and Emily deeply. Even tears rolled out of their eyes and fell into the glasses with sparkling wine. Emily, where is Michael? The father asked his daughter. He didn't know they were in a fight and Michael was on a flight. She had lied to him. She didn't feel like telling her father the whole story right now at the party. The family and friends slowly began to disperse. But Jason, after drinking a little wine with Susan's brother, didn't want to leave. Dad, why don't you stay home tonight? Suggested Emily, who wanted to annoy Amber. Dad didn't refuse the offer. He was glad he did, because he would have been too embarrassed to ask to stay over. He and Vitaly sat outside that night. Jason went to his and Susan's bedroom, as was his habit, and only when he lay down did he realize that he had done something wrong. But Susan didn't kick him out, but decided to use her mistress's methods. As soon as Jason fell asleep, Susan took a picture of them together. All night Jason's phone was ringing off the hook with missed calls, but Susan turned down the sound on her phone and fell asleep peacefully. She was furious that Jason wasn't answering her. She knew exactly where her lover had gone and was very worried about missing Michael. She couldn't let Jason go now, or she'd be left with nothing. And she didn't want that. She called all night, then all morning. Jason woke up around 0800 and grabbed his phone and saw about 30 missed calls from Amber. He immediately called her back. So where were you all night? My son's birthday party ran late, Jason said. Amber answered with a look of displeasure. I fell asleep on the couch in the living room, Jason lied. I'll come over and explain everything. Jason hadn't even had breakfast, leaving his former home. Susan had sent the pictures from the night before to Amber through Emily right after her husband left. Amber got those pictures and was just furious. As soon as Jason walked in, she gave him a huge scandal. He didn't confront her. He had a headache. He drank a cup of coffee with a hangover and drove to work. He didn't have the energy for a fight. He wasn't sure if he wanted to spend the rest of his life with Amber. Meanwhile, Emily's mom insisted that Emily have a serious talk with Michael. You're the master of your own destiny, Susan told Emily. And if you want to live the rest of your life with him, talk to him. Tell him the truth about Amber. Tell him that she is now your father. Michael, on the other hand. is still in the dark about who Jason and the mistress are. We need to untangle this snake pit. And who's going to do it if not you and me? Over breakfast, they began to spend many a night at my parents' house. Michael calls you, Susan said. Yes, every day. But I don't answer the phone. I think he betrayed me. What if Amber set this whole thing up on purpose to break you two up? You have to meet him. Emily thought about her mom's suggestion for a long time. On the one hand, she really wanted to meet Michael. She missed him so much. But on the other hand, she immediately remembered those nasty pictures, and she didn't want anything else. But the meeting presented itself. Michael was waiting for Emily at her work. We need to talk to you right away, he said. This can't go on much longer. I have to explain everything to you. Without speaking, he took Emily's hand and led her to his car. She didn't resist. In her subconscious, she was looking forward to this meeting. I owe you an explanation about these pictures, Michael began. Yes, they were taken at her house. But I honestly don't remember when. One thing I do remember is that Amber and I were leaving work after a hard shift. She invited me to a coffee shop near work. Since you were working through the evening, I agreed to sit for an hour and have breakfast. And after I drank the tea, it was all a blur. I don't remember how I got into her car. I don't remember how I ended up in bed at her place. You may not believe me, but I remember everything very, very vaguely. It was like something had been put in my drink. I believe you, Emily replied. I believe that she's capable of it, because she's been trying to break us up for so long. And your biggest mistake right now is that you didn't tell her that Amber is your ex-girlfriend, and she wants you back so badly. Michael, hearing those words, turned sharply toward Emily. How do you know that? Amber told me. You know that Amber and Daddy's mistress are the same person. He couldn't hide his surprise. But how? So your dad is dating my ex-girlfriend? Yeah, that's right. But that's not all, Michael. Your ex-girlfriend Amber specifically started dating my dad Jason to get back at me. I went out with her, and she told me in no uncertain terms to dump you so she'd leave my dad alone. But I didn't, as you can see, because I love you. And that really pissed her off. So she decided to set me up with pictures of you. But that doesn't mean that nothing happened between you two. I mean, it doesn't, Emily said. Michael, I swear to you that nothing happened between me and Amber. At least not while I was in my memory. Yes, I do, Emily said affectionately. But why didn't you tell me earlier that you knew all about Amber? I didn't want to involve you in the family squabbles, she said. Does your father know about Amber? Did she go out with him on purpose? No, no one's told him that yet. I want to tell him, but I just need him to hear it from Amber. He might not believe me. Then we'll build on that, Michael suggested. Let's get Amber out in the open. How do we do that? Emily asked again. You need to meet with her again, but record the entire conversation. I'll call her now and make an appointment, Michael suggested. Emily nodded. There was one number in her phone book. She found it, called it. It rang. Hello, Amber answered. Amber, this is Emily, Michael's current girlfriend. Remember when we met you at the coffee shop? Yeah, of course I remember. I'm going to be your stepmom soon. Amber said into the phone. Amber, if your offer to dump Michael still stands, I'm in. But we need to meet again and talk things through. I need assurances, Emily said into the phone. I'll never give up on Michael, so it's on. Do you want to meet? Well, let's do it tonight at 8 p.m. at the same place, Amber suggested. Okay, Emily replied. Well, that's half done, Michael said as Emily hung up the phone after talking to Amber. Yeah, but I'm so scared to do all this, like I'm going to betray you tonight, she added. Don't be afraid of anything, Emily, I'll always be there for you. Trust me, Michael said and leaned in to kiss her. Emily did not resist for the first time in a long time. After that conversation, they drove to the apartment where they had lived together before their fight. Emily began to get ready to talk, as it was already 4 o'clock. I could take you to a coffee shop, Michael offered, but she declined. Emily was afraid that Amber would notice him and not believe that the whole situation was real. Finally, evening came, and Emily drove to Boston in her car. It wasn't a long drive, so she got there in 15 minutes. Amber was already sitting at a table in the cafe in all her war paint. "You've had enough of Michael, haven't you?" Amber asked. "No, I love Michael, but I'm sorry about Mom. She's very depressed. She doesn't go out, she doesn't eat, she lied. I really hope that Daddy will come back to the family and everything will get better. Mom will revive at least a little. But I need to know that if I leave Michael, you'll leave Dad alone." "Yeah, I promise you that. You leave my Michael and I'll leave your father. I don't love him. I don't love him. I only needed him to accomplish my goal," Amber said loudly. Emily had time to turn on the recorder on her phone and write it all down. "Okay," Emily replied. "I believe you, Michael is yours." With those words, Emily got up from the table without ordering anything. Everything she wanted to get, she had already gotten. She drove home and told Michael everything. Amber believed it. "You have to play your part now," Emily said. She and Michael agreed that he was in the play and would play the role of the jilted and hurt boyfriend. They wanted to get Amber to dump her wounded father. Amber found out about Emily dumping Michael 2 days later. She caught up with him when they got off work together again. "Michael, is it true? Did you and Emily break up?" "Yes, I did," he answered her. "So now I have a chance again?" Amber asked ambiguously. "But everyone always has a chance," he answered ambiguously and walked on. Amber took his answer as a call to action and acted on it. She needed to tell Jason that they were breaking up. But first she needed to make sure Michael was in her good graces. Amber didn't want to be alone. One night, Amber called Michael, and he was at Emily's at the time, but Michael answered the phone. "Hey, why don't you and I get together? I've missed you." He paused for a moment, then agreed. "All right, let's go to a coffee shop near your house." Emily didn't like hearing that, but Michael reassured her. "Emily, honey, but just be patient. As soon as we get Amber out in the open, we'll get you married. We have to get your father out of that stewardess clutches." Michael began packing for his meeting with Amber. Emily let him go with a heavy heart. What kind of girl would send her favorite guy to meet her ex-girlfriend? And a very attractive one at that. Michael arrived at the cafe. Amber arrived about 5 minutes after him, walked up to him and gave him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. "Michael, I missed you so much." "The test was a given," Amber said. "And I missed you a little too," Michael added a little later. "I was told you grieved after me. And not for long. Did you find a new boyfriend quickly?" She faltered, but she had to answer something. "Yeah, it was just a fling. I thought I told you about him. An older man just bored with his boring family life, got attracted to me. I'm bored with him. We have very different interests." "Interested in you, or did you seduce him?" Michael clarified. "Michael, but let's not get into that. I'm way past that stage of my life. I'm going to tell him today that it's over between us, even though he's so attracted to me. But I want you and only you, and I'll talk about it 1,000 times. But I can't promise you anything serious. I've just been dumped, and I'm disappointed in every woman in the world right now. Trust me, I can prove to you that not all women are assholes. There are some decent ones. We'll see about that. First, you need to break up with your current boyfriend." "I'll do it tonight," Amber replied. Michael and Amber sat in the cafe for about an hour and a half talking about nothing. Michael was once again convinced that Amber wasn't right for him, she was too empty for him. Amber told Jason some unpleasant news that evening. "Jason, we have to break up," she began the conversation. The man had had a busy day today. He hadn't eaten most of the day. He hadn't waited for dinner from Amber either. "Amber, what the hell are you talking about?" he said. "I'm tired as a dog today. I'm hungry, but there's nothing at home. You were home all day yesterday. Why didn't you at least boil some borscht? And now you're telling me you're breaking up with me." "Jason, I'm not kidding. I want to break up with you." "I mean it," Amber added. "What's the reason?" the man asked sternly. "I don't love you. I don't feel like you're my man. So I'm asking you to get out of my apartment today and tomorrow." Jason, these words really hurt him. Had he, at almost 50, lived to be dumped by a young girl? "Didn't I give you enough money?" he asked. "It's fine," Amber replied. "But you're not my man. I'm sorry, I don't want to get into this anymore. I'm tired." Amber left the bedroom where the conversation was taking place. Jason immediately packed his suitcase and left the apartment. He had nowhere to go back to. He wasn't going straight to Susan's house. So he drove back to the hotel, frustrated and angry not so much at Amber as at himself for being such a fool. He'd thought she was the girl he was going to spend the rest of his life with. How had he been wrong? Naive. As soon as Jason left, Amber silently called Michael. "Michael, I want you to know that I broke up with my Jason. He just moved out of my apartment. You can come over." Amber was pleased. She couldn't believe that her plan had finally worked and that she and Michael would be reunited very soon. But how wrong she was. Michael told Amber that he couldn't come to her place today because his mom was sick and he needed to be there for her. Amber believed him, saying she was expecting him any time. And Michael, of course, was at Emily's the whole time. He's the one who told her what Amber said about breaking up with her dad. "I wonder where he went now. Probably to a hotel, because he has nowhere else to go," Emily said. "Emily, listen. What if I called my dad and asked him to come over to my mom's house and tell him that we wanted to have dinner at my mom's house? What do you think?" Michael suggested. "That's not a bad idea. Call him." Michael agreed, and Emily immediately dialed her father. "Dad, hey, what are you doing right now? Do you have time right now? Why don't you come over to Mom's? We're planning on going over there too. We're going to sit around and drink tea from the samovar." "Emily, would it be okay for me to go to her house uninvited? I was mean to her, leaving her," Jason said. "Dad, but Anthony and I are calling you, and I think she'll understand that we wanted to talk to Dad." "All right, I'll be there in an hour," Jason replied. He had nothing to do at the hotel, so he agreed to spend time with the kids. Emily had time to tell her mother, and she and Michael went to Susan's house. Jason didn't lie, he came. It was awkward for him, but he managed with his agility, and they all sat down to drink tea from the samovar and play bingo. And after a while, Emily called Daddy to talk to her. "Dad, I've got a rather complicated conversation to have with you about your Amber. I broke up with her today. She kicked me out of her apartment, said she didn't love me," Jason replied. "I know how. I didn't turn on the recording on my phone. Yeah, I promise you. You leave my Michael, and I'm leaving your father. I don't love him. I only needed him to accomplish my goal," Amber said on the recording. "Dad, Amber didn't love you at all. She only seduced you to get Michael away from me. She'd dated him before, but Michael dumped her when he met me. And I just found out all of this recently. You fell for her and hurt your mom," Emily said. Jason didn't say anything, but he didn't have much to say. In his defense, Michael had faked our breakup and told her that he was ready to go out with her again. "She dumped you that same day, Dad." "She's nothing," Emily finished and left the room. Jason remained standing alone in the room in silence. The next day evening, Emily walked Michael to work outside the airport. They met up with Amber. Emily purposely hugged Michael, kissing him. He reciprocated by kissing her too. Amber walked by them just then, and Emily had time to say, "You're too excited, sweetheart. You'll never see my Michael. He's mine and mine alone. You're a liar, Michael." Only now she realized that she had been tricked. "You're not all about screwing around with men. You stole my father away from my family, so you're left with nothing," Emily added. She was glad that Amber was finally getting what she deserved. And she deserved to be left alone. Michael and Emily got married a few months later and went on their honeymoon in Los Angeles. Emily had long dreamed of visiting that city. After the honeymoon, they sold their 2 apartments and bought a large 2-story house. And a year later, they had a son who was named James. Emily was on maternity leave, and Michael continued to work as an airplane captain. Susan, mother-in-law, not immediately, but accepted her daughter-in-law into her family because she had no choice. Emily healed Susan's knee, for which she was also very grateful. It took Susan a while, but she forgave Jason, who had apologized to her 1,000 times and asked for permission to return to their family nest. Susan accepted him back and tried not to remember everything that had happened between him and his mistress Amber. In fact, Amber's name was avoided in this family. Too much emotion had been stirred up by it so far. Anthony, Emily's younger brother, graduated from high school and entered the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Amber quit her job at the airline where she and Michael worked together and left town for good. Their mutual acquaintances talked about Amber meeting her love and getting married too. But most importantly, she no longer bothered Emily, Michael, or Jason and Susan with her presence. He walked down the long corridor of the maternity hospital for the second hour. Andrew brought his wife. She was very weak. Doctors did not advise her at first, and then seeing her persistence and forbade her to give birth. With her heart condition, it was tantamount to murder. But she convinced the doctors. I feel everything will be fine. My intuition has never failed me. When her husband brought her to the hospital, the doctors asked just in case. Andrew, anything can happen. You know your wife's health. That's why I'm asking you now. Who will we save if something goes wrong? Of course, Lexi. And you think she can't handle it? A grown man asked in a frightened voice. Andrew, with your wife's health, anything's possible, but we'll keep our fingers crossed. It was out of the question that Lexi would give birth on her own, so only a C-section. She was covered in sweat, her fine curls stuck to her forehead. She tried to say something, but she had no strength. She was breathing often, and you could tell from her lips that she was asking. Soon, her beautiful long fingers dug into the snow-white sheet, and she bit her lips so hard from the pain that blood dripped from them. She was injected with a heart medication into her vein. She began to breathe more evenly and said she felt better. She was given anesthesia and labor began. When the first girl was taken out, the instruments showed cardiac arrest. She became violently ill. A cardiologist was by her side who knew what medications she was tolerating and what needed to be administered to make the labor successful. Everything they could do was done. When the doctors realized they were losing her, they began to save the second girl. 2 tiny droplets, similar to each other, came into the world on Christmas Day. God gave them life, but took the life of their mom. The father was inconsolable. Life with his Lexi had been a blessing. Gentle, kind, she loved her husband and was devoted to him with all her aching heart. It was a model family. Shers took a nanny, a woman about 50 years old, who was with the children around the clock. They named the girls almost identically, Vivian and Vanessa. And since Vanessa was too long to pronounce, she was Vanessa at home. Nanny quickly learned to distinguish them because she knew a little secret. Vivian, the older by 5 minutes, had a small mole behind her right ear, and the younger Vanessa had the exact same one, but behind her left. She said this to Andrew, but he was even more confused. He tried to be homeless. There wasn't much Daddy could do for the girls yet, so he plunged headlong into work. He was obliged to provide his princesses with a trouble-free future. So the first thing he did was to buy a huge plot of land outside the city and start building a big house. He wanted it to be a family nest, for the girls to live here with their families. With this in mind, he built the house with 2 entrances. He decided that Vivian had a mole behind her right ear, so her entrance would be on the right, and Vanessa's would be on the left. Then everyone laughed at this idea, but when after 3 years, the mansion was built, everyone saw just a castle for princesses. The entrance consisted of 2 entrances. Above each of them were monograms in the form of the letters B and H. It was very unusual. When they entered these doors, there were 2 beautiful staircases on the right and left, leading to the second floor. Andrew tried to make everything in the house so that his girls would be comfortable. After the events described above, 17 years passed. The father did not dote on his girls. His life he never settled, did not find a woman who at least a little would be like his Lexi. His daughters grew up beautiful, and their father was worried about the increased attention from the male population, and he thought that they should be less at dubious events. So we talk about the characters of the girls, then better than a poet, and cannot say. Ice and fire. The eldest Vivian was bold, mischievous, and adventurous. The vast world mesmerized and beckoned her to herself, which cannot be said about Vanessa. Vivian, once a gypsy woman, said that she was not created for family life, but created for festivity and splendor, that her life would be full of adventure and loss, to which she replied that she didn't believe in that nonsense. She was very beautiful. This beauty was so bright, even bold. Despite her still very young age, she had the alluring look of an experienced woman and seductive plump lips. She was not shy to charm and seduce. She never went unnoticed. When not seen by her father, she painted her already seductive lips with bright red lipstick. Combined with her black hair, it looked a little vulgar, but there wasn't a man who would take his eyes off her in a bored way. She saw it, knew it, and sort of teased him by saying, "Yes, I am so beautiful, but I'm not yours. I am not so easily obtained, and only your glance is very little to be with me." But for all that, she was an excellent student. She read a lot, and she had a tongue that even her father couldn't outtalk her. Vivian kept everyone in suspense. One day, the chauffeur who drove him to work came to her father and said that there was no car in the garage. There was no one else to take the car besides Vivian. When Vanessa heard the roar of an approaching motor, she jumped out of the house and ran up to the garage. They stared at each other, one completely unhappy with her sister's behavior and the other satisfied that she could get away with it. "So, where did you learn to drive?" Vanessa asked her, but Vivian laughed merrily that her joke had succeeded. From the outside, it was striking that, despite the difference in the expression of their beautiful faces and the apparent recklessness of her older sister, they were alike as two drops of water. Looking at each other, it was as if they were looking in a mirror. Vanessa's character was completely different. With the same facial features, the same plump lips, she was modest, quiet. Like her mom, she was domestic, the kind you dream of marrying. Smart, beautiful, modest, she had it in her blood to take care of her family and friends. Vanessa was content with her home, her family, and following their traditions. The sisters were always very close. The girls loved each other very much, and Vanessa was always getting her older sister out of yet another trouble. She always found a reason to justify Vivian and, without hesitation, took the blame. Their father often lectured them, teaching them to be serious and responsible, even when temptations were great. Everything about them was unusual, and sometimes it seemed to those around them that there was only one person in front of them. But deep in their hearts, they realized that there were many differences between them. The girls finished school, and then their roads diverged. Victoria wanted to enter economics, and Vanessa wanted to become a teacher. "Why do you need this pedagogical school? Always these screaming children and miserable salaries you have to go where after studying you can get a good job, or even in the firm to my father, but teachers are definitely not needed there. Just think about it. Dad's not forever. Who's going to take care of the business? Nay, I don't know anything about business. Why would I go into it? You don't have to know anything about business. You can go to law school and then go to your dad's firm and work in the law department. That's not helping the family business." At the family council, it was decided that Vanessa would go to university to study law and Vivian to study economics. So the girls went to the same institute, but to different faculties. As soon as Vivian appeared at the faculty, she immediately divided everyone into two camps. Outspoken enemies and the same outspoken admirers. In the first group, according to the law of the genre, was all female students, and in the second, almost all young people, except those who considered themselves not worthy to be next to such a beauty. But strangely enough, the teachers were also divided into two camps. Female teachers, and they were the majority, noted too brazen appearance, hyper-confidence, frank outfits, and very beautiful appearance. But to be fair, they also noted her sharp mind and wit. The first year of the economics faculty practically repeated school subjects, so Vivian did not bother with preparation.
She had straight A's in all seminars and credits. That increased the number of envious people and therefore enemies. She was not afraid of this. She clearly knew what she wanted and went to her goal.
In the second year, special subjects were added, and one of them was financial management. Entering the classroom, the teacher looked around the group. On the second row, his attention was attracted by a searing brunette who looked at him with interest. "Hello, my name is Denial. I will be reading your course, Financial Management. The course is designed for the whole year in the summer session, the exam. There are no books on the subject, so my lectures will be my main source of knowledge on the subject. That's all I have so far. If you have any questions, at the end of the class, I will answer them all." And he began the lecture. Vivian wrote something down, but mostly looked at the new teacher. He was a man of about 35. She noted that he was only about 17 years older than her, which was nothing, tall and handsome. He reminded her immediately of the actor Kevin Costner. The resemblance was uncanny. She looked at him without taking her eyes off, which was very embarrassing. He noticed a beautiful brunette, It was hard to take his eyes off her too, but he was more experienced than this girl and could control himself. He was clearly attracted to her. At the end of the lecture, Denial, as promised, asked for questions that he was willing to answer. Everyone remained silent, but Vivian decided to ask, "Tell me, has anyone ever told you that you look like the artist Kevin Costner?" Everyone laughed. A little off topic, but I'll answer it so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Yes, it has been said more than once. I noticed some similarities myself, but they're very minor. Yes, indeed, said Vivian. You're much more interesting than he is. She finished without embarrassment. Thank you for your kind words, but that's the end of the matter. If you are not interested in anything else, I'll say goodbye. She didn't write down the lecture, so she took the notes from Jacques, who was the one who had the most fun with her. He was outwardly a very interesting guy, but he was too small for her. He tried to please her. He was her slave, and what she needed, with her temperament, was a man. 6 months passed. In that time, Vivian had learned a great deal about her favorite man, and that he had become her favorite, she did not even doubt. He was not married in this place. She sighed with relief. He had a rented apartment after the institute internship. He passed abroad and lived there for 2 years. She had enough of this information, the main thing of which was that he was free. And she launched an offensive, not thinking about the consequences. The sisters went to university by car. Vivian was driving. By this time, she had finished driving lessons and was very confident behind the wheel. It was obvious that she liked to drive, but as a person who was fond of driving, she had exceeded the speed limit more than once. But in some surprising way, without involving her father, she dealt with the situation on her. The winter session was coming up, and Vivian was not nervous at all because there was no subject that would be difficult for her. She couldn't think of an excuse to be alone with Daniel. But one day, the thought occurred to her to slash his tires and offer her services, a ride home. She'd asked a local thug who always hung out around the corner for a smoke and a beer. Having paid a little and having shown the victim car, she calmly went to lectures. Coming out of the uni, she saw Denial, who was circling the car and lamenting about the 3 flat tires. "Ma," Vivian said in surprise. "Who did you hurt so badly?" "I was thinking the same thing. There were no credits, no exams. It was just someone who fell in love," Daniel said with a smile. You say it so confidently, as if it wasn't the first time." "No, it's the first time. I was going to offer you a ride home, but now I don't know. You'll think I did it on purpose to get you in the car." "That's exactly what I think, but I'll ask you to drive me home. But please wait. I'll call a tow truck." She was so embarrassed that he'd figured her out in a heartbeat. They rode in the car and were silent. "Where should I take you?" Vivian asked. He gave an address. As they drove up to his house, she didn't want to leave him. He felt it. He had the same desire. But Daniel knew it was wrong, that she was still a child and he shouldn't go along with his feelings. He was an experienced man. He'd had women. He knew his way around them, but in this case, he knew he had to stop. Vivian expected Daniel to say thank you and leave. So ahead of him, she asked, "What are you paying with? What do you need? I can offer you money," and he saw the nose wrinkle on her pretty face. "I can buy you a coffee. There's a nice cafe around the corner." She shook her head, showing that it wasn't that. "Then you talk to me, I'll do it." "Are you sure you'll do it?" And she, plucking up her courage, "Nah, kiss me." She did not take her eyes away, but looked straight at him. She had the tantalizing look of an experienced woman. Her bright lips attracted like a magnet. He wanted it too, but the fruit was forbidden, and that fueled the passion even more, and he couldn't stand it. He pulled her to him, gently at first, just touching her face and lips, and began to cover her with kisses. He realized from her reaction that this was her first time. He knew how to bring a woman to ecstasy, and when he felt she was all his, they merged in a passionate kiss. She was dizzy with happiness. She didn't even realize it could be so pleasurable. When he wanted to let her go, she didn't let him, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and pulling him against her. Lenissa loved going to law school. She thought she would regret her career as an educator. But no, she loved college life. Despite the fact that she was as beautiful as Vivian, she had friends and girlfriends, on the background of which her beauty was even more expressive. She was respected by teachers for her intelligence, poise, and excellent grades. Many boys liked her, but she herself was not in a hurry with relationships. Her favorite phrase, "all in due time." The second course brought a lot of new subjects, new difficulties. and a lot of new things. Vanessa sat at the textbooks to make sense of it all. And once she saw it, her father offered the help of his lawyer, who works at the firm. He will explain everything to you in simple, accessible language, and examples will be given. Don't say no. It's real help. Vanessa was happy for any help, so she agreed. Just before the session, a young man about 25 years old, wearing glasses, which suited him very well, came to them and introduced himself. My name is Aaron. You could just call me Aaron. I work as a lawyer for your father, Andrew. I really want to help you pass the session on excellent, but now I doubt whether I will succeed. Your beauty distracts me, and even my thoughts get confused, but I'll get used to it. I'll get myself under control and will succeed. With these words, he sat down at the table, laid out his books, and said, I'm ready. Ask me any questions. Vanessa took the tickets and, without wasting any time, started with the first one. They had been called for lunch 3 times already, but their preparation was going so well that they only came for dinner. Vanessa was very grateful to Aaron. She was confident in her knowledge and was not afraid of the exam. Aaron came a couple more times. There were still some questions, which, with his help, were quickly solved. The session began. Vanessa was prepared, but Aaron was worried about his ward, so he came to the university to support her. When she came out with the credit card, with the mark A, he wrapped her in his arms and congratulated her. Flowers appeared from somewhere, which raised the girl's mood even more. They went for a walk along the embankment. The weather was beautiful. They wanted to sing and shout with joy. Aaron invited her to a cafe. They drank a glass of champagne, drank coffee, ate ice cream, and Vanessa felt so tired that she asked Aaron to take her home. At home, she collapsed into bed and didn't get up until lunchtime the next day. She hadn't seen Vivian in a while, so she went to her room to chat. Her sister was still asleep. She lay down next to her and Vivian woke up immediately. Hi, sis. With such warmth and love, Vanessa said. Hi, Vanessa. How are you doing? How's the session? Vivian asked before she opened her eyes. I'm fine. I'm passing with flying colors so far. I wanted to tell you I think I'm in love. Sleep is gone. Who is he? Where did you meet him? My sister started asking with a vigor. No. He's Aaron, my dad's lawyer. He's been helping me study for my exams. Yesterday, he came to cheer me on, and when I got an A, he gave me flowers and invited me to a... He's so gentle, so interesting, and I feel he likes me too. What do you see in that boring guy? I think he's so boring. He's a drag. Vanessa stood up abruptly and left her sister's room. She's so abrupt, only her opinion is considered unquestionable. She never learned to consider others. If she likes something, take it out and put it down, and don't give a damn about others. So thought the offended Vanessa, wiping her tears. But Vivian was already running after Vanessa to apologize. She realized that she had overreacted. She'd gotten too personal and had to apologize to her sister. Vanessa, honey, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Well, you know me. You know me. The tongue is my enemy. I'm sorry. I love you very much. You couldn't hold a grudge against her for long. She was such a suck-up. She could find so much to say for herself that Vanessa couldn't help but forgive her. I also want to tell you something important and very secret, and Vivian told her about Daniel, which made Vanessa speechless. You're crazy. He's a teacher. How are you going to face him in lectures, credits, and exams? He's twice your age. He should be married by now, and you're still a child. Vivian, you've upset me. I'm going to worry about you now. What a grown man wants from a young girl, don't you know? I do, Vivian replied firmly. I want that too. I love him and I'd do anything for him. And if you get pregnant, what are you going to do? This is very serious, sister. So end this relationship before it's too late. You're as boring as your Aaron. You don't realize that the heart doesn't understand orders. You stop loving him, that's all. You can't tell it to stop loving him. It loves and is ready for any sacrifice, Vivian explained to her sister. After the conversation, they went to their rooms. Vanessa thought about Aaron again, remembered every detail of their walk, and did not agree with Vivian that he was an uninteresting person. He seemed to her to be a well-read, cultured man. It was just that he and Vivian had different tastes. Vivian longed for a closer relationship with Daniel. She gave him a few more rides home while his car was being repaired, and each time she said goodbye, he paid her back with a kiss. Each time they became even more passionate and prolonged, which fueled the passion between the young people. But Daniel had a way of stepping on the throat of his own song, and that was the end of it. Vivian was angry with him, but she couldn't help it. He wouldn't invite her to his house, citing the mess of not having a woman's hand in it. It was the end of the second year, and the exam on financial management was coming up. Vivian was ready for it and was not worried at all. She heard whispers behind her back that Daniel was going to give her an A, but she ignored them. When she got the ticket, she didn't even prepare for it, but decided to answer at the board. She answered perfectly. Everyone who sat in the audience mouths dropped open. For the sake of order, the teacher asked her a few questions, which she answered. Another adorned her report card. As she left the building, she decided to wait for Daniel, but she saw his car, which meant he wasn't going with her today. Maybe another flat tire. She felt funny that she couldn't think of anything more interesting to do. Getting into the car, she drove home. When Daniel's exam was over, he felt very tired, but after taking a breath of fresh air, he perked up. Noticing that there was no Vivian's car in the parking lot, he felt sad. He would have liked to see her, to praise her for her excellent knowledge. He realized he missed her. Without expecting himself, he decided, "Vivian, I wanted to compliment you on your excellent knowledge. I'm pleased that you love my subject." "I loved you first, and then the subject," Vivian answered. "You are my favorite student too." "I've never had one, probably won't have any more," said Daniel sadly. "It's like you're saying goodbye to me," Vivian asked. "Yes. I'm going abroad tomorrow. I won't be back until September." "So goodbye, Vivian." "What are you going to do abroad?" "My parents are there. They're not young anymore. I have to visit them." "I'm going to visit them." "Can I come with you?" "I'll rent an apartment, and in my free time, we'll go for walks, and you'll show me the local beauty." "How do you like my idea?" "Am I good?" "I don't think it's a good idea because I won't have time to go out with you. I'll be busy." "Me? Where are you going?" "Nay, Spain." "Really?" "We have a house in Spain." "I won't even have to rent an apartment. I'll live at home." "What city are you in?" He didn't want to tell Vivian all this. Besides his parents, he had friends there and not just men. Nayla he had serious views on. She was a serious and very nice girl. He liked her. Daniel's mom wanted them to be together, so pretty Vivian would be an obvious choice. "No, Vivian, I'm sorry, but no. I don't need to see you." "I understand you have a woman you're going to see, and I'm in the way. Is that right?" She waited fearfully for an answer. "Yes, Vivian, you're right. And besides, you and I are not a couple at all. I'm much older than you. You still have a long way to go. Goodbye." Tears dripped from her eyes. She couldn't see anything and stopped to avoid an accident. "I'm still going to Spain, and tomorrow too. I have my passport and tickets are no problem." Her mood immediately improved and she went home. When she went into her father's office, she said she was going to Spain tomorrow. She would have a vacation, swim in the sea. She passed on an excellent session and well-deserved a vacation. Andrew didn't mind. Vanessa didn't mind either. There was only one flight to Spain tomorrow, and the tickets were booked for it. Even from a distance, she saw Daniel, but she didn't want him to see her. Since they were business class passengers, they boarded without waiting in line. And they had a separate minibus that took them down the runway. And they got on the plane first, because Daniel was flying economy class, and they didn't meet. Once they were in the air, Vivian told her sister why there was such a rush. Told her that Daniel was on the plane, also going to Spain. She asked her sister to go to their house alone and she would come over later. She should see where Daniel was going. Vanessa disagreed for a long time, but there was no use arguing with Vivian. She ran after Daniel so she wouldn't lose sight of him. He was met by a girl. Small in stature, a little pudgy, pretty, but she's a long way from me, she thought arrogantly. Maybe it was a sister or an acquaintance. They walked to the bus and Vivian kept up. When they got off the bus, they immediately ducked into a cab. While she was looking for a car, they had already pulled away, but she told the cab driver which car to follow. It was getting dark, and when her car stopped, she saw that a completely different person had gotten out of the car they were following. The cab driver had mixed up the cars and followed the other one. Vivian looked around. Everything was unfamiliar. The cab driver was gone. What should she do? The neighborhood didn't look like a rich one. There were small houses all around, and she realized that she had to get out of here quickly. She went in the direction where the cab had gone. She wanted to ask how to get to the bus, but she didn't meet anyone. A group of young men and girls were walking towards her. She asked them how to get to the bus, but she didn't remember anything else. She woke up in some dirty shed. She had a headache and smelled terrible. It felt like there was a toilet nearby. When her eyes got used to the darkness, she realized she was in a shed with a hole in the roof and a toilet pit next to it. She wanted to get up, but her legs were tied with duct tape. She didn't have her phone, money, or purse with her. Her hands were stiff from the duct tape, so she tried to tear it with her teeth and free herself. When she freed her hands and started to untie her legs, at that moment a man entered the shed and explained in broken English that she should not hurry anywhere. They had her passport, phone, and money. Where did such a beautiful girl come from? I'm from Chicago. Let me go. No, we need a bird like that for ourselves. You'll work and give us the money, but if you run away, we'll catch you and ruin your pretty face. You'll get in trouble. You'll be in trouble. They're already looking for me and they'll find me. So you better let me go. I can give you money. I have a rich dad. If I call him and he'll send it to me. Give me the phone and you'll be rich soon. No, pretty girl, you'll earn us more with your sweet spot than your daddy will pay us once. So wait for the owner to come and decide. She realized she was in deep shit. And for the first time in her life, she didn't know what to do, so she was scared. Not waiting for Vivian, by nightfall, she called Andrew. Daddy, something's happened to Vivian. I can feel it. Come quickly. I can't do it alone. Andrew left on a private flight with the security guys. They had worked in intergroups many times and had solved such complicated and intricate cases that Andrew had no doubt they would help. They'd figure it out faster because they knew what they were doing so well. Vanessa met her father in tears, all the time saying the same thing, that Vivian is in danger. Alleged she could feel it and she had to hurry. She was taken with her to show the place where they had parted with Vivian and where she had gone next. After examining the place and seeing the many video cameras, they drove to the Spanish police station. After examining the footage, they saw Vivian getting on a bus. They followed the route of that bus, then examined other video footage. There was a clear view of Vivian catching a cab. After discerning the license plate number, they quickly found a cab driver who remembered well where he had taken the beautiful girl yesterday. Half an hour later, they were there. The cab driver, looking around cautiously, said in broken English to look in the barns and the yards. And here the Spanish police refused to help, citing that the girl is an adult, came here on her own. No one forced her, and they will not attract people for who knows what. Andrew offered them money and a lot of it, but they left. The boys decided to act on their own. Shabby houses, no different from the barns in the yard, was a great number, but not so that they could not be examined. It was nearing the end of the day, and the search yielded nothing. Vanessa kept calling and asking how he was doing. But her father, unfortunately, could do nothing to please her. They were sitting down on a bench. They decided to make a plan of further action if they did not find Vivian in these barns. Suddenly, they saw 5 men emerge from the farthest shed, which they had not yet examined. When they were out of sight, the boys rushed in. The barn was dark and smelled terrible, but they saw Vivian. She was huddled in the corner, screaming in English, "Don't come near me." Then they called Andrew, and she recognized him and started crying hysterically. They brought her out into the light. She was all bruised and bloody. They beat her, tore all her clothes, and raped her as she did not resist. Decided to go to the police station and show what had been done to the Chicago citizen. Oddly enough, the police were not surprised, and she came voluntarily to this criminal neighborhood. She was not dragged there by anyone. She knew what might be waiting for her there. How could she have known what was waiting for her? She was looking for a friend. Why didn't she take the same cab back to the city? She saw the neighborhood she was in. She came here on purpose to find adventure. If she'd been kidnapped, there'd be a crime, but here we don't see a lineup. Do you think it's normal for a girl to be in this state? If she'd enjoyed the adventure, she wouldn't have resisted. She'd have satisfied everyone, and she wouldn't have been beaten up like that. But she was raped. Is that normal in your country? Andrew wanted to leave the police station as soon as possible and come home. Vanessa met her sister in tears and wanted to hug her, but Vivian pushed her away and ran to the bathroom. 2 hours passed, but the sister didn't come out. Everyone started worrying and banging on the door. Finally, the boys broke the lock and went into the bathroom. Vivian was lying there staring dumbly at the ceiling with completely lifeless eyes. There was nothing like Vivian had been 2 days earlier. When she finally got out of the bathtub and changed her clothes, her father decided not to stay here anymore, but to go to Chicago. Vivian would need good psychological help and maybe even psychiatric help. Lay she at home, she locked herself in her room, refused to come out for 24 hours, refused to eat. Her father called their home doctor, a fairly elderly woman with a lot of experience, that she should be seen by a gynecologist for pregnancy, take tests to make sure she hadn't contracted any diseases, and definitely a psychologist. I will recommend you a very good specialist who pulled people out of terrible situations. Of course, there is not much good, but don't worry. She is young, healthy, time will pass, and she will come to her senses. She refused to go to the doctor. She became hysterical. So another week passed, but her condition didn't improve. The doctor, Laurel, said to give her sleeping pills and take her to the doctor. It's her health. Don't procrastinate. Andrew had arranged with the doctor in advance, and when Vivian was brought in, she was immediately admitted, examined, and tests were taken. They took blood from a vein at once so that the tests would be more accurate. When Vivian woke up, she was already in her bed. Nothing worse than waiting. Vanessa was very nervous for her sister. She had gotten gaunt, wouldn't leave the house, and kept waiting for Vivian to call her to her bedside. 3 days later, they got a call from the hospital saying that the tests were ready. Vanessa went to the hospital and from there to Laurel to see what the tests said. After seeing the tests, the doctor reassured Vanessa. She is not pregnant. Already good, there are no STIs. It is too early to check for AIDS. In a month and a half, we will take a second blood test. So it's not that bad. Now we can look at her morale. Vanessa told me all this at home. Everyone cheered up a bit. The news wasn't bad after all. Laurel gave the psychologist's phone number and told her not to hesitate to invite him to see Vivian. It had been a week since Vivian had been home, but her condition was terrible. Suddenly, Vanessa had the idea to call Daniel, to tell him about Vivian. Maybe he could help, but she forgot that her purse, where her passport, money, and phone were, had been taken from her by her rapists. But she wouldn't give up. The university wouldn't tell her the phone number, but her dad would be lucky. He got Daniel's phone number through some acquaintances, and Vanessa called him. When he heard the whole story, he was horrified. Why did she do it? Why didn't she tell me? He had many questions, but Vanessa didn't know the answers to them. So interrupting him, she asked, "You're coming to help your sister?" "I won't be able to until a week from now. I'll pick up my mom from the hospital, and then I'll be out of here." "Okay, call me as soon as I can." "Okay, call me when you get there. I'll give you the address." It took Daniel a long time to get over what he'd heard. Poor girl, what she'd been through. He had to help her. His soul was aching. He couldn't forget what Vanessa had told him. Daniel arrived as promised a week later. He was very worried. What would he tell her? How would he reassure her? But when he entered the room, everything became clear and simple. She recognized him immediately and even wanted to smile, but she didn't really succeed. But why was his heart beating so hard? Why were his palms sweating? Did he really have any feelings for her? She was also beautiful. Only her current beauty wasn't as bright, but still, she was good. Her eyes were very sad because her heart was sad. Her soul with the sad eyes was searching among the other eyes for a soul who could hear her sadness and comfort her. He did not see that Vivian, whose eyes played with devils, and every minute her head was full of crazy ideas, when he sat down on her bed, and she put her arms around his neck and sat so long. He felt that she was crying. No, come on, why these tears? You have such beautiful eyes, and tears make it hard to see them. She put her palms on his face, looked at him for a long time, and kissed him on the lips. It was so sincere and tender that Daniel pressed her against him, whispered in her ear that everything would be okay, and kissed her too. But it wasn't a passionate and long kiss, but it was precious to her. She was coming to her senses and felt loved in spite of everything. No, it's easy. Let's go for a walk around the house. I'll take you on the swings. Oh, I don't have the strength, Vivian said quietly. And I'll carry you in my arms and put you on the swing. No, all right, she said, smiling for the long day she had spent in his room. The whole household sat downstairs waiting for Daniel to come out and tell them everything. But when they saw him carrying Vivian in his arms outside, there was a mute scene. Everyone turned their heads as if on cue, seeing them off with a look. They walked for a long time until Vivian was cold. Back, she quietly walked by herself. He walked her to her room and put her in bed. She looked up at him and immediately fell asleep. Daniel went downstairs where everyone was still waiting for him. "Thank you, Daniel. Vanessa thought to call you, and it was a good idea. Her daughter is better now that you're here." Andrew spoke. Daniel couldn't take his eyes off Vanessa. "You two look so much alike, like two peas in a pod." "You have a double happiness, Andrew." Bertrand said goodbye and said he'd come back tomorrow. All night, Victoria dreamed of a gypsy woman who reminded her of their first meeting, that she was the one who predicted everything. "Let me tell you another fortune," said the gypsy. "No, don't. I'm afraid of you," Vivian screamed. "Go away. Don't scare me." Vanessa heard her shout because the rooms were next to each other. She touched her shoulder and her sister woke up. Her forehead was with. "I'm thirsty," she said. Vanessa quickly ran to get a bottle of water and gave it to her sister. "Me." "Where is Daniel?" Vivian asked in a weak voice. He will come later," he promised. It was July outside the window and the weather was like fall. It had been raining since morning and it was chilly. Vivian didn't want to eat, but she was sleepy. Her head fell on the pillow and sleep again took her in its soft and gentle embrace. Again, she dreamed of the gypsy woman. Your misfortunes are not yet over, you have." At this point, Vivian woke up. She was breathing heavily in her arms. Her hands were shaking as if she had Parkinson's disease. She couldn't calm down for a long time, afraid to close her eyes and see the gypsy woman again, who would tell her what trouble still awaited her. Still no Daniel. She sat down on the bed, slid her feet to the floor, and walked leisurely out of the room. For the first time in a long time, she sat at the communal table and ate lunch. "What's taking Daniel so long?" she asked Vanessa. "Let's call him," and her sister started dialing his number. But the caller was unavailable. Vivian started to get nervous, crying and saying that he was disgusted with her after the rape. At the same time, Daniel's Carvaz 2109, following the highway in the direction of Vivian's house, kept to the left side and did not exceed the speed limit. The road was difficult. It was raining. The driver of the truck drove on the side of oncoming traffic, failed to cope with the control, and collided with the car Hyundai Accent, and that in turn rammed the car Daniel. He made a few circles on the car and drove into the ditch. Fortunately, the car did not overturn. After hitting his head, he lost consciousness. When the doctors arrived, they took him out of the car, gave him first aid, and took him to the hospital for a CT scan to rule out brain damage. Clean and teeming, he was able to call Vivian and tell her what had happened to him. Vanessa went to visit him, and Aaron volunteered to accompany her. Daniel's head was bandaged, but he felt fine. 3 days later, he was at Vivian's, but he had to get there by cab. His car was being repaired. He had to wait a little while because she had a psychologist. Vivian looked much better. A blush appeared on her cheeks when she saw Daniel. She smiled her white-toothed smile. There was a sparkle in her eyes. The old Vivian was coming back. Smart, beautiful, confident girl. There was still a month left before school started, and Daniel was supposed to return to Spain, but only for a couple of weeks. She was sad and already missing him. She imagined they would talk on the phone for long periods of time, and he would finally tell her that he loved her very much. Despite their good relationship, Daniel was afraid of them. The age difference intimidated him, talking at the university. A professor's connection with a student would make so much noise. He didn't know how to do the right thing so as not to ruin the girls. After all, she had just turned 19. In fact, she was a child. He will still have time to think about this difficult question, but Andrew, as if he realized that the young man has difficulties with the decision of the question and decided to help. "Daniel, do you like Vivian as a woman, or are you just helping her out of her depression?" "Vivian is great. I like her a lot. But do I have the right to get my hopes up? I'm almost twice her age. What will she need me for in 10 years? She'll only be 29 and I'll be almost 50. Do you think I can take advantage of a girl's crush?" It's a complicated question. All I want is for my daughter to be happy. And with you around, I can see her happy. Let's not rush things. I'm leaving now. And when I return, I'll solve this issue. Goodbye and goodbye to your beautiful girl. Nay. Thank you, Daniel, and have a nice soft landing. Daniel flew to Spain the day his mother was discharged from the clinic. In the evening, the family gathered around the table. Nelly had prepared a delicious dinner. Daniel had bought wine and snacks. And the evening had been very heartwarming and warm and delicious. Nelly kept glancing at Daniel, but he avoided meeting her gaze. She wanted him to propose at dinner and tell her parents. But after meeting Vivian, he didn't want to rush into it. Something was stopping him from making a final decision in his relationship with Nelly. By the end of the evening, she realized that there would be no marriage proposal, and her mood dropped to zero. She'd gotten out of the room quickly, saying things couldn't wait. No one held her back, didn't ask her to stay. Daniel walked her to the door and with a peck on the cheek said goodbye. He didn't explain anything to his parents. He had to think about everything himself. At 35, Daniel should have gotten married a long time ago. Vivian was clearly too young for that. She needs to learn. He's sure she's mistaking a crush for great love. A young girl who dreams of the role of a wife may very soon be disappointed in this status. After all, romantic relationships and marriage are far from the same things. There will no longer be secret meetings, kisses with hindsight. There will not be that adrenaline that plays in the blood. Family life will begin, in which everyone has their own responsibilities, but the husband to earn money and provide for the family, to do men's housework, and the wife to cook, to wash, to give birth. A man should make life easier for a woman, and he would do it by all means, but won't family life be a burden for a young girl who has not yet had her fill, has not had her fill? He, as an adult man, knows what he wants. The storm of hormones has already been experienced. So in a woman, he appreciates not only the appearance, attractiveness, but rather her inner world, her willingness to follow such values as family, children. Vivian is hardly ready for all this. And one more thing worried him. Very beautiful Vivian. Of course, jealousy is inherent in many men, but when following such a woman, men wring their necks will not give him peace. Despite the fact that he, as a man, has become both professionally and financially, and, it would seem, confident in himself. The feeling of jealousy is not alien to him, and with Vivian, he'll always live like a volcano. That's what Daniel thought lying in his room, about his future relationship with Vivian. His thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. It was Nayeli. There was still no avoiding the conversation, and he answered it. Yes, Nayeli, is something wrong? Yes, it is. I want to ask you, is there not going to be a marriage proposal? Don't feel sorry for me, just tell it like it is. Don't keep me on a short leash or on reserve. You know how I feel about you, and I don't deserve to be treated like I don't exist and we haven't agreed on anything. Daniel didn't interrupt her the whole time, but listened intently. He realized she was right, but he didn't understand what was holding him back from proposing to her. Nayeli, give me a couple or 3 more days and I'll make up my mind. No offense. Is that a deal? Or deal, and she was the first to disconnect. His mind went back to his thoughts. Nayeli is 29 years old. She's accomplished as a professional, financially independent, self-sufficient. The best age to get married and have children. She's a decent person, kind, sincere, loves children. And how does she cook? You can't beat it. She's not beautiful, but she's pretty. Here she is, a ready wife and future mother to your children. What's there to think about? If you marry Nayeli, you will never regret your choice, said the inner voice with which he always liked to argue. You've known her for years, a trusted companion, and importantly, your parents like her. Yes, that's true. His mom, Jezebel, told him to marry Nayeli, that's all. And you like her yourself, because you have to go to bed with her, not your mom, the inner voice advised. Before I met Vivian, I thought I loved her. Well, then it's settled, call and propose, commanded the inner voice. I will. Nayeli is my man, but Vivian will meet her prince. He will be younger, prettier, and of course, he will love her very much, because it is impossible not to love such a beautiful woman. The next day, he called Nayeli and invited her to visit him. Taking her by the hand, he went up to his parents and said, Mom, Dad, I'm getting married. This is my future wife. Do you bless me for my union with her? And his parents said yes. They decided to get married on New Year's Day. Every year on the 31st, they would celebrate their family day. Nayeli was happy because there was no one in her life she loved more than Daniel. Her dream had come true, and she would soon be Nayeli. Tyler sounds like it. She loved everything about Daniel from the university. Daniel quit because he realized that Vivian had no brakes. She would wait for him, worry. He would just feel sorry for this girl who had already been through too much lately. Just before the school year, he called her, congratulated her, wished her success and excellent marks. She spoke to him quite cheerfully, so she was in a good mood. After that, he threw away the old SIM card and inserted a new one. He noted to himself that he did it all with regret, but there was no turning back. Family life was ahead, and it was necessary to prepare for it morally. They applied to the registry office and began to prepare for the wedding. He moved to live with Nayeli. She had her own apartment and he had a rented one. They were not going to have a big wedding. They would rather spend the money at a ski resort in fabulous Switzerland. Both were skiing well, so there were no disputes about where to go. At the Swiss resort, the young wanted to celebrate the new year once again, preparing for the wedding, for the new year, invitations to guests. All this made our newlyweds twirl and turn, but there was really a lot to do. Daniel helped Nayeli and everything. Friends did not sit idle either. September 1st, 3rd year. How quickly time flies. Just out of high school with Vanessa and already in her 3rd year of college. The first thing she did was to look at the schedule of the 2nd year to see when she could see Daniel. His class was scheduled 3 times a week. Like us, nothing in the schedule had changed. I'll come by tomorrow and say hello. I miss him so much, Vivian thought languidly, closing her eyes. She didn't even notice that the name of the teacher was different from the name of the subject. She was so engrossed in the upcoming meeting that she bumped her forehead against Jacko's. No, look how mature you've become. What a handsome man. What shoulders, Jax. You should go into modeling. You look really good. Do you really like me? Maybe we could go out, celebrate the beginning of school. No, Zaniechka, I don't mean like you. You're handsome, no argument, but you're not mine. As a friend, I won't give you to anyone. Got it? Understood, Jax said with a faded look. While they were talking to Jax, dozens of guys' eyes opened wider at the sight of Vivian, especially the freshman. Pretty girl. What year are you in now? The older ones asked. Go, you're still young. Answered them the girl. The next day, she chose her outfit more carefully. Her makeup was minimal. She knew that Daniel liked it better. As she approached the auditorium where he was supposed to have his lecture, she waited stubbornly for him. Students came in. Many she knew and said hello, but here a man showed up. But it wasn't denial. He came to the door and asked Vivian, "Will you be coming in?" "No, I'm looking for Daniel." "I don't know who he is. I'm sorry." She rushed to the dean's office. "Tally, honey, where's Daniel?" "Well, he quit back in the summer." "He quit. Do you know where he went?" "No, nobody knows exactly, but they say he quit teaching. He's working as a consultant for some firm. I don't know which one." She didn't know what to compare her condition to. She'd been run over by a skating rink. "She's dead, she's gone." "Is he disgusted with me after what happened?" "Well, he realizes it could happen to anyone. Not just anyone. It could happen to you. Because you're reckless." The inner voice couldn't bear not to. "You shut up, nobody's asking you." "I'm sick of being without you," Vivian sharply retorted. She didn't want to study anymore today. She went to Vanessa's faculty, broke her out of class, and they went for a walk, eating ice cream and talking. Yeah, talking, because that's what she needed most right now. How could he, Vanessa, say nothing and just disappear from my life? "But you should call him," her sister said. She dialed his number, but there was no answer. He changed his SIM card. "Listen, I know where he lives. Let's go." "Well, let's go," Vanessa said reluctantly. She didn't like this situation. It was high time her sister calmed down and moved on. It was not her man. There were other people living in the apartment, where the previous tenant had gone. They had no idea. Her last hope of finding Daniel was gone. She hadn't been to the university for the 3rd day, lying there with her arms stretched out along her torso. Vanessa sat next to her, talking to her the whole time. "Vanessa, well, if he didn't want to commit his personal life to me, we could have stayed friends, couldn't we? What do you think?" "Oh, I think it's a bad idea." "Why do you think that?" "Because you're not ready for it. It's just that you'd be trying to keep him in your own life, with the hope of getting him back. Well, think about it. Would you be able to handle that kind of friendship? I bet you'd want more than that, wouldn't you?" Vivian was silent for a long time and then answered, "Yes, I'd get him with this friendship, and we'd probably become enemies." "That's what I'm saying." "Vanessa, maybe I should find a replacement for him. I have a lot of choices at the university." "No, dear sister, you shouldn't. Take a rest. Realize the experience, analyze the former relationship so you don't make mistakes later. Don't get yourself worked up. Do not build yourself a jilted bride, by the way, which you have never been. Minimize the tragedy of the situation. Nothing fatal happened. No. Look, Vanessa, maybe I should go to a fortune teller." Max, you're losing your mind. You don't need a fortune teller. Daniel didn't promise you anything. He said you're not a couple. Didn't he? Isn't that right? That's it. Go to sleep and go to school tomorrow. Okay? Yes, tomorrow for school. Thank you, sis. You're welcome. They kissed and left to meet again tomorrow. 5 years had passed since the above events. During this time, the girls graduated from university and worked for Andrew at the firm. Vanessa was a senior lawyer in the department, and Vivian headed the economic department, and very successfully. She was a strict boss, sometimes even harsh, but everyone loved her because Victoria Andreevna was fair. She always helped her employees and noticed good work. Vanessa was getting ready to get married. Aaron proposed to her and she agreed. Vivian, on the other hand, was never able to give her heart to someone. She still hadn't gotten over denial, even though she hadn't seen him since and he hadn't made himself known. She searched for him on social media but couldn't find him. He even contacted the computer aces, but they said he wasn't registered there, and Daniel lived and worked not that far from Vivian. He married Naili, and they had a son, Pete, and a daughter, Vivian. One day, while sorting through the piles of magazines that were already falling out of her nightstand, Vivian saw a 3-year-old family magazine that she bought on an occasional basis. On the front cover, she saw Daniel with his wife and children. Inside on the spread was a huge article about the Queen family, and the art of being a family. That was the title of the article. Why hadn't she seen this magazine before? How could it have passed her by? Vivian read it several times in a row. A welcoming atmosphere reigns in the family of Daniel and Naili Tyler. Their friendly family consists of 4 people: mom, dad, darling daughter, Vivian's son, Pete. As the head of the family, Daniel told us, he knew his wife from the Institute. He could not resist such a beauty. The wedding was played. Every time she read to this point, she threw the magazine and began to remember again and again their meetings with Daniel. Daniel's son is 2 years old and his daughter is a year old. So now the kids are 5 and 4 years old. Why did he name his daughter Vivi? Isn't there any other name? So he wanted to leave a memory of her, or maybe love. She asked her father to get Daniel's address from the magazine editor. She just wanted to meet him and talk to him. Dad sent a public relations woman to the magazine's editor, very knowledgeable, very talkative, explained the situation to her in general terms. All right, Andrew, I'll try to help you. A week went by. My father had some very interesting information. He didn't know how to tell his daughter. Knowing her impulsive nature, he kept putting off talking about it, but Vivian felt that her father knows something, but she does not tell her. So one day she went to his office and told him she wouldn't leave until he told her. It started by saying that Daniel was a widower. No. What did you say? He's raising the kids alone. Vivian, sit down and calm down. That's why I didn't want to tell you as long as possible. No. Stop it, Dad. Talk to me. I'm nervous enough as it is. Yes, I am. Her father, knowing his crazy daughter who was pacing the office from corner to corner, asked her to sit down and not to rush him. Taking a deep breath, he began to tell what he had learned about. 3 years ago, his wife, Naili, was the editor of this magazine. She was described as a good person and knowledgeable. 3 years ago, she and other staff members were in an area contaminated by radiation. Naili decided to interview those who were left behind to live with their families in those areas. There was a terrible mortality rate there, especially child deaths. But people had nowhere to go and stayed in their homes. There was a huge article about these families, children in her magazine. The authorities, before this article, did not want to recognize this problem, but Natalia disrupted this anthill and these families began to help. But after a year, she herself began to feel bad. At first, she wrote it all off as fatigue, but when it became unbearable, she went to the doctor. She was diagnosed with cancer, already at the 2nd stage. She underwent surgery, and a year later she relapsed. After more surgeries and chemotherapy, she died last year. Daniel was left with 2 children. Since his parents are in Spain, his mom Naila came to visit him. She now lives in his house and helps with the children. He works a lot. He has to support the house and the 2 children. It's not easy. That's about it, I guess. Did she get his address or phone number? I did, but I don't think you should call him, let alone go to his place. The kid's grandmother might not like it. It hasn't been that long yet. Wait, don't rush him. Dad, I want to offer to help. Vivian, you know you can't do anything to help. Distracting him from the kids, making him nervous, yes, but he doesn't need that yet. He's still fresh in his mind. Vivian knew her father was right, but she was afraid of losing him again. A man like that would never be ignored by a woman, but she decided to wait. A couple of times she went to his house and saw him from afar. She saw the children greeting him, Naili's mother walking with them. But she had the good sense not to get out of the car, but to watch from the sidelines. 6 months later, without saying anything to her father, she drove up to his house, and when she saw him get out of the car, she went out to meet him. Well, hello, Danielle. How long I've waited for this meeting. But if you tell me to leave now, I won't be here again. Nay, hello, Vivian. No, I won't. I'm very glad to see you. Come on, I'll introduce you to my children. Is this comfortable? Am I disturbing anyone? No one, it's fine. Seeing the beautiful woman, Naili's mother, with her lips pressed together, retreated to her room. And the children surrounded their father. It was obvious that they were happy to see him. Kids, I'd like you to meet my friend Vivian. Pete was the first to be introduced. Beautiful, just like a princess. I'm Pete. No, What can I call you? What do you like? Pete sounds gentle and affectionate. I think I'm going to call you that too. Okay, said the boy. And little Vivi hid behind her daddy and didn't want to go near a strange aunt, even though she was beautiful. But Vivian gave her a doll when the child gave in. For the rest of the evening, she sat in the arms of the strange aunt. Then everyone drank tea, but Daniel's mother-in-law never came out, though the children called for. The children had to go to bed, and Vivian went home. Will you be coming again? Asked Pete. No. If your daddy says I can, I'd love to. Daddy will let me, said Daniel. He walked Vivian to the car and they said goodbye. As soon as Daniel entered the house, his mother-in-law immediately flew up to him and began to complain that you've already forgotten your wife, got yourself a woman and even brought her home. You've forgotten my daughter in 2 years and you've been going out with women. Samantha, don't say things you don't know. Vivian is an old acquaintance of mine, former student. I've never forgotten Haley and I never will. Then why did she come to our house? Swear to me you're not having an affair with her, my mother-in-law asked in a raised tone of voice. Well, first of all, I'm not going to swear anything to you. She came to my house. And secondly, my friends can come to me, or I have to ask your permission who can come to me and who cannot. I'm an adult and will decide for myself who I will socialize with and when. I'm very grateful for your help, but if it's in exchange for controlling my personal life, I'd rather put my kids in daycare. Samantha said, I'm sorry. Samantha was afraid that her son-in-law could deprive her of communication with her grandchildren and lowered the degree of claims. You do not take offense at me. It just hurt for my daughter. She just died, and you've already found someone else. I've said my piece, Samantha, and I'm not going back to this conversation. I told you before, and I'll tell you now. If there's a woman my children love, she'll be my wife. Of course, I won't be single all my life, however much you may wish it. At the same time, I never forget Neeli for a moment, and I'm very grateful to her for the years we've been together. The week passed quietly. Vivian neither came nor called. Sunday afternoon, she came over and invited me to take the kids for a walk. There's nothing for them to do outside. It's cold out there. They can catch cold, said the mother-in-law, as always loudly and with an irritated intonation. No. And we'll go to the shopping center. It's warm there, lots of entertainment. I think the children will like it. Said Vivian in a calm tone. Who do you think you are? She thinks. Samantha mocked her. Your opinion is nobody here, eh? But Daniel came up and the mother-in-law faltered. Daniel told the kids to get dressed. We're going out. Yay, shouted the children. Of course, Grandma loved them, but they had been at home all week, walking around the house. They, understandably, wanted entertainment. While riding in the car, Vivian talked to Pete. He knew a lot of fairy tales and talked about good and evil, but he didn't know letters, he couldn't read, and he was already 6 years old. Vivi was still a little girl, but it was time for her to study a little too. Daniel, kids need to be put in daycare. They don't socialize with their peers, they don't do anything but read stories. That's good, but it's not enough. Children need to develop. Daniel didn't say anything, but realized that Vivian was right. When they arrived, they went to the children's entertainment center. The kids were playing there and Pete came over too. He looked at first, but then he wanted to play too. He started pushing the kids to get into the center. The kids didn't like that and they started pushing him too. Daniel wanted to intervene, but Vivian stopped him. This is what I told you about. He doesn't know how to play in a group because he doesn't socialize with his peers. Don't rush him, let him try to solve the problem. But the kid took offense and ran to complain to his dad. Daniel explained to him as best he could that he was wrong. We didn't get home until the evening. The children were happy, though tired. Saying goodbye, Vivian told him to think about what she said. Daniel found a private kindergarten and put the children there. But it cost him some of his life. At home, there was a huge scandal. The mother-in-law did not try to restrain herself and was not shy in expression. This girl hummed in your ear that the children should be given to a kindergarten. Right? I can see right through that bitch. She wants to get into bed with you, so she's all about the kids and you. But I ain't gonna let that happen. Next time, she'll be out of this house like a cork out of a bottle. It could be your mistress. Why did you name your daughter Vivian so you wouldn't forget about her? Isn't that a steep price to pay, Samantha? You're a smart woman and you want what's best for your grandchildren. Do you think they need to socialize with their peers? Do they need to know something other than the stories you read to them? Should they be ready for school? Why don't you tell me I'm wrong? That's just it. And about the name Vivian, that's what Neeli called her and you know it well. The mother-in-law didn't say anything and left, slamming the door. The children loved the daycare center. Only the teacher complained that Pete hurt the children if they didn't give him a toy. The kids complained to their parents, and they complained to me. I explained to him how to behave, but he was very offended by me and all day long. You see, he sits in the corner. You should talk to him at home. Daniel didn't think Vivian would be so right. For 6 months, he'd been struggling with Pete and how to deal with the kids, and the teacher would tell denially. We won. He started to communicate with the kids, and they accepted him. I'm so happy for the kid. He did it. And Niall was also proud of his son, but he was even more grateful to Vivian. Vanessa and Aaron's wedding day was approaching. Daniel received an invitation. They entered the wedding hall together with Vivian. She was over the moon. The wedding was grand. There were not many people, just close family and friends, but it was a lot of fun. Songs, dances, toasts, and a very beautiful toast was given by Niall. A wedding is a special celebration. Beautiful, unforgettable. Many people say that after the wedding from the relationship leaves all the romance and remain only gray everyday life. I would like to tell you that everything depends only on you. Remember this always, because how you will build a family life such it will turn out as a result. Happiness to you, and let the flame that burns between you nowhere never disappear. Bitter, she'd never danced with him before. And now he asked her to dance and said thank you in her ear, that she was in his life again. His arm was around her waist and he held her tightly in his embrace. She was only afraid of one thing, that the music would end quickly and he would rush home to his children. But she reassured herself that he wouldn't be lost for so long now, especially since he didn't want to be. She had much to ask him, to find out how he had lived all this time. But she had matured, become more mature, and waited for her time. She knew it would come soon. The house became more crowded. Aaron came to live with his wife, even though he had a nice apartment. They were together 24 hours a day. At work, Vanessa was his subordinate, and at home, Aaron obeyed Vanessa in everything. But her sister wondered how they didn't bore each other. Perhaps it was love. Vanessa was a wise and patient woman. All the sharp corners she smoothed with one word, and always said that the main in the family, Aaron. This gave the husband confidence in himself, and he thanked Vanessa for it. As soon as Pete's kindergarten was going well, Vivian offered to hire a teacher to prepare him for school. I have an employee in my department, Alechka. Her mother is an elementary school teacher, but retired. Let her come to Pete's house once a week, say on Saturday, and tutor him. Vivi would need to be tutored too, but since she's younger, they have different curriculums, I guess. But I think Vivi would hear and see everything, and it would be good for her too. I understand that it's hard for you to provide for 2 children alone, and these services have never been cheap. But I can help you by giving you a bonus on top of Olga's salary to pay for Pete's tuition. Vivian, thank you, but it's not necessary. I earn good money, and I can pay my son's tuition. Don't humiliate me. I'm a man, and I've always felt responsible for my family and children. No offense, Denial, I mean it in the best of intentions. Then I'll make a deal, and we'll start school on Saturday. Nay, thank you, Vivian. You've been a great help. On Saturday, as agreed, Narmin came to Pete's house. He liked her immediately. As Vivian had expected, her daughter stood like a tin soldier and absorbed what the teacher was saying to Pete. Samantha was the only one who wasn't satisfied. The children were being bored with their lessons, teaching and teaching as if they wouldn't have time to learn everything in school. But when in a month, both children knew all the letters and Pete was already reading by syllables, she cried, kissed him on the top of his head and said, "What a good boy you are. You're just like your mommy. She'd be proud of you." 6 months later, Pete was reading remarkably well, counting to 20 and solving simple examples. The child learned to retell what he had read, which developed his speech and increased his vocabulary. The question of choosing a school came up. There was a school in the cottage community, but Daniel wanted a more prestigious one. Vivian advised him to give to this school, which is not far from his home. Your mother-in-law might get sick. You're on a business trip. The child can get to school on his own. It's quiet here. There's security, no strangers' cars. And when you go to high school, you can transfer to a prestigious school. Carmen will also come at first to help the child to do his homework. And in 4 years, we'll see. Daniel agreed with Vivian's arguments, and Pete went to a school near the house. Everyone came to see him off to first grade. His grandmother, sister, father, and Aunt Vivian. The child was very happy, felt supported and was not afraid of anything. Little Vivi was raring to go to her brother. She wanted to stand next to him and hold his hand. Finally, denial let her go, and she went over to Pete and stood beside him. She didn't want to go home, so she went to class with him. Then they were brought home together. The first day, there were no classes, but there was a Knowledge Day holiday. For the first time, Samantha saw him off and met him from school. And after 2 months, he was already walking with other children on his own, so the adults had calculated everything correctly. Carmen came to Pete, did lessons with him, and was very pleased with her student. Danielle saw that it was hard for her to come to her son every day, so he offered her to live in the house, and on Saturday he would take her home. She agreed because she wanted to give up her classes. Age was taking its toll. Samantha sulked at first, did not even speak, but seeing the peaceful and calm character of Norman became softer. They talked a lot about life, took walks, drank tea, and the mother-in-law was glad of such a neighborhood. Vivian and Danielle were very timidly establishing a relationship. She was sure that a relationship with a man would bring her what she needed: love, tenderness, attention. Everything a woman gets when she is loved. She was not in a hurry or active. After all, sometimes a woman herself begins to rush events or worse, to lead the process, which is very frightening and repulses a man. Being a mature lady, she did not rush events, did not push the man, and gave him the opportunity to sort out his feelings. She did not call him first, did not impose meetings. She waited for activity on his part and was afraid to scare away the fragile happiness that smiled on her after 5 years. She realized that after a few meetings, she shouldn't treat it like she was marrying him tomorrow. She was very afraid of hurting his feelings for his ex-wife. That was another reason that kept her in no hurry. She didn't want to take up all of his free time and space with her. She also realized that a mature man doesn't show his feelings right away. And Danielle was far from being a boy. Despite her mother-in-law's displeasure, they met, went to the theater and movies, spent time with their children, who missed their father very much, but were not in a hurry to go to bed, although both of them wanted it very much. Pete finished first grade. He studied easily. Norman praised him very much. Danielle thanked her for her work, for her warm attitude to Pete, gave her a salary, a bonus, and let her go on vacation. It was almost a year and a half after their meeting, but nothing had moved forward. Danielle did not make any steps for rapprochement, and Vivian lost hope for personal happiness. She decided to go on vacation to a warm place, to bask in the sun, to think and maybe start a new life. A whole new life without Danielle. She took the tickets and flew away. The sea, the sun, the white sand was beautiful. What a nice vacation. She only now remembered that she hadn't been on vacation in 2 years. Work, her new position, it took up all her time. She slept as peacefully as a baby. It had been 10 days since she'd been in this magical place, but it was as if she hadn't rested yet. One day, she dreamed again of a gypsy woman from that distant time. This time, she was friendlier. "Well, why are you afraid of me? I remember you screaming and crying so I wouldn't scare you. Everything I predicted for you came true. Now I can tell you what's next for you. Would you like that? No, don't. Let it stay the way it is. What's going to happen is going to happen. You once told me I wasn't cut out for married life, but I think you were wrong about that. I want to get married, I want kids, but I can't. Well, there are single people. No. Don't worry, you won't get married for a long time, but everything will end well. And most importantly, you're in for a great surprise. You have no idea, but it's going to make you happy." And she was gone. Vivian opened her eyes hard. Her head hurt a little, so she decided that she would not go to the beach today. She took a shower, ate breakfast, and felt better. "No, I'll go to the beach, at least to lie down in the shade, get some sea air." She dozed off again and woke up to someone looking at her. Opening her eyes, she saw Daniel looking at her and smiling. "Well, you wanted to run away and I found you here too. Why did you disappear so suddenly? I thought I would never see you again." I thought, well, I can't wait for Daniel to be nice to me. I've got to do something about it and start living without him. Get used to everyone going their own way. "No, Vivian, we'll go together, if that's okay with you." "No, I don't mind because I love him." Pete graduated from elementary school with an honorable mention. Norman was a great credit to him for teaching him so much. His daughter finished 3rd grade. Daniel and Vivian decided to organize a party for the children. They invited friends and girlfriends from school, invited clowns, and set up tables right outside. The children had fun, and in the evening there was fireworks, a very beautiful sight. It was already getting dark. Parents came to pick up the children and barely took them all home. The holiday turned out to be a glory. Even Samantha enjoyed it. Vivian wanted to go home, but Daniel suggested she stay and go only in the morning. But Samantha had a point here too. It's late for kids, but it's not too late for adults to go home, especially by car. No way she wanted another woman next to Daniel. Vivian didn't argue, packed up and left. As she passed her mother-in-law, Daniel, "Thank God she's gone, or she'd be here all night. As long as I'm alive, no woman will come here." Daniel realized he had to make things right with Vivian. The kids adored her, and she was great to them too, not a mom to the kids. With these thoughts in mind, he drove to her place. On the way, he bought flowers, stopped at a jewelry store, and bought a ring. The closer he drove to her house, the more his heart pounded. It had been almost 6 years since Nayla had been gone. He'd never had a relationship with anyone but Vivian. He'd liked her then, he liked her now, but did he love her? Yes, he knew he did. Fear of losing her speaks to his true feelings for this woman. He has a desire to protect, pity her, care for, and defend her. It speaks of love and tender feelings for her. He truly admired his Vivian, and apart from her, he needed no one. She was a sensual woman, a real gift for a man. She was always emotional and lived with an open heart. She wanted love, tenderness from him, and she liked to express her feelings in a physical way, a kiss, a hug. It was nice to feel how she reacted to his touch. She was always trembling, and that made him delighted. Yes, she was a gorgeous woman. That's what Daniel thought as he pulled up in front of her house, seeing Daniel with a bouquet of flowers from the window. Vivian paced nervously around the room, anticipating a change in her personal life. And she was not mistaken. Right from the door, handing her a bouquet of flowers, he gave her a ring and asked her to marry. She hung on him with joy and, covering his face with kisses, repeated, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." She did not let him take off his dress. She wouldn't let him take off his cloak. She hugged him and wouldn't let him go. Why do the tears flow so much? Why do my eyes sting so much? The mascara. It smeared on her face and made her look ugly. "Grace, don't look at me. I'm ugly now. You never were. But now you're the prettiest and happiest, my girl." And finally, he allowed himself to relax and kiss her. How long she had waited for this. "I am the happiest woman in the world. You understand me? The very, very one?" "Of course I understand, because I'm just as happy." "No, come on, let's go tell Daddy." Andrew was working in his office and was happy to see Daniel. Daddy, Daniel proposed to me, and I said yes. I'm about to become the wife of the best man in the world. Will you bless us?" "No, can I not, when my daughter is the happiest I've ever seen?" For a father, that's all that matters. Vanessa and Aaron came and congratulated the newlyweds. Vanessa moved quietly. It was hard for her. She was about to give birth to twins. Men. Aaron was happy to be the father of 2 sons. "Danielle, please move him into our home. I found him a good English school. I think we should leave Vivi with Samantha for now, because it would be cruel to deprive her of her grandchildren so abruptly. Friday night, we'll all go over to her place. It's a long winter break, so we'll all be together. And as soon as she finishes 4th grade, we'll put her in Pete's school. I think we should do that." "I'll think about it," said Daniel. "How to do it without offending anyone. I'll go. I still have to talk to my mother-in-law. I don't think she'll be as happy as your dad." They kissed and he left. "Samantha, I've decided to get married. I've just proposed to a woman you know very well. It's been 6 years since Nayla has been with us. The children need a mother, and I need a woman I love. Vivian is the best person for that role. The children adore her, and she's wonderful to them, so I see no reason to delay the marriage. We haven't set a date yet, but I think it'll be soon. I always knew you were a bastard. I don't know if Nayla told you, but I was against her marrying you. There's no place to test you. You're only interested in women." She was deliberately insulting him, using the most hurtful language to make him mad, and then accuse him of being unbalanced and not trustworthy with children. Daniel sat with his fists clenched so tightly that his hands were white. "I'm sure," my mother-in-law continued, "that you've had this girl before, and you cheated on my daughter with her. It's just that Nayla loved you so much she didn't want to see it. And I offered to keep an eye on you, but she wouldn't let me, which is a shame. I would have brought you to light. You're such a cheapskate. Samantha, what you want me to do, tell me if I can do it, but I'm not listening to any more of this crap. You don't have to get married. No other woman can come into this house where the mother of your children lived. Thousands of men live widowed and don't marry. They don't die. And here it's only been 6 years and he's already thinking of getting married. Good people, look at this womanizer. Where's it seen that someone else's impudent grandmother, my grandchildren, called Mom? I won't allow it. So as far as I understand, you don't want me to get married. No, I don't. And you have no right to ignore my opinion. All right, dear mother-in-law. I have long endured all your insults for the sake of Nailai's memory and for the sake of the children you love. But I see that your rudeness has gone beyond all limits. Whatever you do, I'm getting married. If you insult me as you did today, you'll pack your suitcase and go back to your village. I won't stand for this rudeness any longer. If you turn your children against me, there'll be no place for you in this house. Think about it. You've got all night. If you don't agree with me, you'll pack your bags and go home in the morning. If you stay, I'll know you've accepted the inevitable. Oh, I forgot to tell you something else. Pete will live at Vivian's house from September 1st and attend English school there. You, if you agree, of course, will stay here with your granddaughter for another year. And after a year, I'll take her away and she'll go to school with Pete too. You could stay in the house. It's more comfortable than yours. But you know the conditions. Now I've said everything. Think about it. I won't change my mind. What kind of father are you? You're a snake, not a father. Naileka can see everything from above. She and I won't let you live. Okay, Samantha, I'll take you right now while I have time. I'm waiting for you. Don't wait for me. You gave me till morning, so I'll decide what I'm going to do in the morning. Or are you going to kick the old woman out? Or better yet, beat her up? Nay, Samantha, I admire your imagination. Where do you get all this stuff? Have I ever hurt you, humiliated you, or worse, hit you? Where is this coming from? It's like I'm having a bad dream and I can't wake up. Or stop fantasizing and go get some rest. I'll be up in the morning. And he went to say goodnight to the children, who wouldn't fall asleep until he performed this ritual. In the morning, the mother-in-law did not come out for breakfast, and the children ran to her room to see their grandmother. She was lying there with high blood pressure, and Daniel called an ambulance. They gave her a shot and told her to lie down for a day. Daniel called work and took the day off to be with the kids. He didn't want to leave the house, so he wouldn't leave Samantha alone, so he didn't go anywhere with the kids. And they played in the backyard. For a whole week, the mother-in-law didn't talk to them. She didn't know what to do. Her anger at Daniel for her daughter was getting out of hand. She was afraid to snap, not to be rude to him again, and not to have a stroke. She decided to call Nina Ivanovna. Having told her everything in detail, she was sure that she would be on her side. But her friend listened to her for a long time, kept silent, and finally decided to express her opinion. It's sad, dear Samantha. What you're doing is not a good example for your grandchildren. Your jealousy has blinded you. I must commend your son-in-law for his tact and patience with you. Going someone else's monastery with their own statutes, wise people do not climb. You're only making things worse by your behavior. It's been 6 years since Daniel left his wife. But life goes on. I realize losing a daughter is not just a grief. It's a tragedy, especially since you but your son-in-law is a young man. He has children to raise. The girl needs her mom. Soon she'll have questions that only a woman can answer. She won't be able to tell her dad everything, and she loves Vivian. But my daughter, if she was alone, she'd never marry. She'd be faithful to that scoundrel. So why does he have to get married? Samantha, you can't even control yourself when you talk to me right now, and you're calling Daniel names. That is not the behavior of a grown woman. And as for your Nailai's marriage, I'll tell you this. It's harder for a woman with 2 children to get married. It's not just her desire. There must be a man who loves her and her children, and then a woman has a very short reproductive age, and men want their children. That's why your son-in-law is marrying a woman half his age. If you love your grandchildren and want to continue to communicate with them, if you value the memory of your daughter, do not persecute the man she loves so much. Your son-in-law is a decent man, an excellent and caring father. For 6 years, he's kept your daughter's memory alive. He has a right to be happy. Don't interfere with him. I would advise you to be kinder to him, more compliant, and you will spend your whole life near your beloved grandchildren. Patience and wisdom. That's not what I expected from you. I thought you'd support me. What am I supposed to do? Bless him or something? Well, at least stay out of the way. Okay, Norman, thanks for the lesson. I get it. And she went to her room to prepare for her final battle with her son-in-law. She decided to take the children to her village, and before leaving to call the guardianship authorities, let them come and ask the grief-stricken father, "Where are your children?" Let him answer if he can. Of course, she realized that the children will not be taken away from him, but she will get on his nerves before the wedding. My poor daughter, if you knew what's going on in our kingdom. She cried looking at her daughter's picture. She called the guardianship authorities, told them about the children, where half of the information was taken from TV series, asked when they could come and see all this. The lady with the squeaky voice said she'd get a call back. The next day, she got an early call back before Daniel had even left for work. She was afraid he would figure it out, so she went up to her room to "Hello, Samantha," squeaked the same familiar voice. "Inga will be able to come to you tomorrow afternoon. Have a good day." She heard the dial tone and disconnected the phone. Frankly speaking, she regretted her action. She was afraid, but the deed was done and there was no further retreat. The next day, as soon as Daniel left for work, she did not clean up the table, but instead scattered the children's things and left with the children to her village. The inspection came when no one was home, and after waiting for a while, they saw a car drive up to the house and an imposing man get out of it. The women looked at each other and, as if on command, began to tidy themselves. One fixed her hair, another raised her bust higher, and the third looked in the mirror and painted her lips. Manned up, they waited for the man to come closer. "Daniel, good afternoon. We're from child welfare. May I speak to your children and see their living conditions?" He immediately realized that this was his mother-in-law's last effort before he got married. She didn't get it. "Come on, I'll show you around." The youngest, Tina, gave a thumbs up to her friend. "Oh my God, what a man!" As he opened the door and let the women in, he was surprised that no one was home. "Where are your children?" The most experienced woman asked sternly. She was both older than the others and, apparently, in her position. Daniel realized that if he said, "I don't know," they would immediately give a verdict. A bad father who doesn't watch his children. To gather his thoughts, he motioned for everyone to sit down and said, "He's out with Samantha. She's his ex-wife's grandmother's mother. And where they're walking, you can call them. Invite them home. We want to talk to them. While you're calling them, show them your kids' rooms." And they followed Daniel up to the second floor of the house. The kids' rooms are always such a mess and 3 layers of dust, and she ran her finger along the shelves where the children's books and toys were. No, of course, apparently, the grandmother was in a hurry to go out with the grandchildren and did not put the rooms in order. "I see," said Irina Sergeyevna in a snide and gravely voice. So we will wait for your children today." "No, my mother-in-law's phone is not available." "No, it's a pity. I'll have to deprive such a father of his parental rights." "What's that for?" "The dust on the shelves. You never see that in your house, do you?" "Don't be rude, my dear. It could cost you." Are you threatening me?" "No, of course not, but I'm telling you how it could end. Night tomorrow, early in the morning, we'll come again." And they walked out of the gate in a single file. Daniel called Rayeka and asked her to come over today and clean the house. He told her to bring a helper with her so that everything would be clean today. He waited for them and went to the village to pick up the children. He was sure that his mother-in-law had taken the children there. An hour later he was there. The children were already going to sleep. "Quickly gather your things and get in the car," the father commanded. The children were happy to see him and quickly ran to the car. Sophia stood on the hood and looked at her son-in-law with bulging eyes. I don't want to see in my house anymore. You have no place there. Nayli must be turning over in her grave from your antics, but it won't make any difference. The wedding is in August." As they drove away, he saw Samantha running out the back window, waving her fists at him. She arrived at his house again in the middle of the night. When he opened the door for her, she walked with her head down and went up to her room. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, the women's team arrived at Daniel's house in the same formation. The children were already eating breakfast when the guests entered the house. After talking to the kids, they went up to their rooms again. After looking at the perfect order, they went downstairs. "Well, Daniel, we liked everything. You seem to be a good father, or rather, trying to be one. That's commendable. We'll check in with you from time to time to see how the kids are growing up. Goodbye." "Good luck to you." Tina looked at Daniel with eyes that said more than words could say. But Daniel paid her no attention. And they left. Daniel decided not to start the conversation with his mother-in-law first. Samantha, after a phone call with a friend and a check from the child welfare authorities, started it herself. "Daniel, I've been thinking a lot about the rest of our lives, and you're free to do what you want. I've realized what I've been saying is resentment for my daughter, jealousy. I'll even admit to you that I called the child welfare authorities to take the kids away from you. Then I thought about my daughter. She wouldn't forgive me. She loved you too much, but it was too late to cancel their visit. I thought long and hard about whether to tell you, but I figured if I didn't, it would be a sin on my soul. I was going to give you a heart attack, but I was going to call an ambulance later. My hands were shaking when I poured that medicine in your tea, but I couldn't. The kids ran up to you and hugged you. I thought, if God took their mother from them, what am I going to do with them as orphans? I can't lift them up and make them happy. I poured out the tea. I'm sorry, Daniel. I'm sorry I overreacted. I'll tell you right off, I hate your Vivian and I never will. She took my daughter's place undeservedly, but I'll put up with her for the grandchildren. I'd rather you were a widower, but I realize you're a young man and you need a family. Tonight we're closing this subject and burying the hatchet. For the sake of my grandchildren, I'm ready to step on my own toes. Thank you, Samantha, for your candor. I want to tell you that we're getting married at the end of August because then we're going to my parents' house with the kids. They haven't seen them in a long time and they miss them. John said the mother-in-law cried, and with the words, "Do as you please," went to her room. The wedding day came, the most unforgettable day in the life of newlyweds. It's a once-in-a-lifetime celebration, and the happiness it brings lasts a lifetime. For Vivian, the white dress, the flowers, the ransom. All these wedding trappings were of no importance. What mattered to her was to hear Daniel say yes when he answered the question, "Do you, Daniel, want to take Vivian as your wife?" After all, it would be said in front of all the guests and witnesses. And it is nothing less than a declaration of love, and it is a most favorite tune to her ears. For them, this was a momentous day. This is their first and main love ball, which will be remembered forever and will open a new life for them, a married life. Daniel kept his eyes on her. "You embarrass me. You don't know how proud I am when other men turn around and look at you. My vocabulary is so poor. I can't tell you how amazed I am by your beauty." Standing at the check-in, Vivian heard, "No, God, so beautiful, so old." She didn't recognize who it was, and she didn't turn around. But she heard the answer and recognized the voice of her beloved little sister. He is the love of her life, and she doesn't want anything else. Good for Vanessa. She said it right, and she snuggled closer to Daniel. The mother-in-law didn't come to the wedding. No one really wanted her there. She'd only spoil everyone's mood, though everyone sympathized with her grief. The kids were a few days late for school and stayed with their grandparents. After the wedding, Samantha had calmed down a bit and treated Vivian like family. Andrew opened a cold can of beer, lounged on the bench, and took a sip. Life is good. He only had to go to work tomorrow. He worked as a picker in a huge hypermarket 2 days later, 12 hours a shift. The work was not easy, but he managed it and even regularly received bonuses for exceeding the plan. He completed bags for couriers of the delivery department and separately for the magician Zoe. What was distinctive about Andrew was his weakness for the female sex. He does not become attached to anyone for a long time. He changed women like gloves. Less than 6 months had passed since he had taken over the entire female staff of the hypermarket, and there were rumors that he had even encroached on the Holy of Holies, the accounting department, for which he was beaten by the men. They said that even beating him was disgusting. That's how he would have skated from one woman to another, if not for Zoe. She worked as a cashier in the department. Her eyes were like 2 deep lakes. Her voice was like the trumpet of Jericho. And she always smiled when Andrew passed her cash register. He noticed how she caught his eye, and this gave him courage. Andrew decided that Zoe was the one he wanted to keep close. One day, when Andrew was standing in line at Zoe's to buy groceries for dinner, he decided to talk to her. "Hello, beauty," he said, smiling. Zoe turned very slowly and sedately and looked at him like a boa constrictor at a rabbit. "Hello, if you're not joking," she answered quietly. Zoe, with her powerful personality and indomitable energy, was a true Amazon. Everyone in the area knew her and was afraid of her. Men and women walked around her. Even the dogs on the street crawled away when she passed by. Andrew first met Zoe on that significant day when she was dispersing a group of hooligans who were trying to rob an old woman from the magician Zoe. She ran up to them like a thunderstorm and began waving her arms like a big windmill. The hooligans scattered like cockroaches, and Zoe helped the old lady get up and took her to the store. "Thank you, daughter. You are a real heroine," said the old lady, hugging Zoe. Zoe smiled and turned away. "You're welcome," she muttered. "I just don't like it when the weak are offended." Andrew was amazed. He saw how Zoe dealt with bullies, how she decisively entered into conflicts with the enemy. She was not just a beautiful woman with deep eyes. She was strong as thunder, and her presence filled everything around her. He decided to meet her. "Hello," Andrew said, approaching Zoe. "You are a real fighter. How do you do it?" Zoe smiled. "I'm just not afraid of anyone since childhood," she answered. "And I don't allow others to be afraid of me." Since then, they became friends. Andrew learned that Zoe is not only a threat to bullies, but also a caring daughter who takes care of her old mother. They spent evenings together, walked around the city, discussed their plans and dreams. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Zoe asked once. "No, I respect your strength and determination," Andrew replied. And so their story began. Andrew and Zoe, wind and thunder, merged into one big sky. They were inseparable, like lightning and thunder. Their friends and acquaintances looked at them with respect and a little fear, because Zoe was not just a woman. She was a woman who was feared by everyone who ever encountered her. That evening, when the city was shrouded in fog and the streets were empty, Zoe and Andrew were walking in the park, and they had long been more than friends, but less than lovers. Andrew always felt that Zoe was not just a woman, but a force of nature that he would like to always have by his side. "Andrew, have you ever thought about the future?" Zoe began, stopping at an old oak tree. Andrew looked at her, and his gaze was full of questions. "Of course I thought. And you know, there is always you in my future," he answered Zoe, smiling. Her eyes shone like two stars in the night sky. "I want you to be with me not only in the future, but also now," she said, taking his hands. "Andrew, I want you to become my husband." Andrew was amazed. He never thought this could happen. Zoe had always been a mystery to him, rebellious, free. But now she stood in front of him, offering him her hand and heart. "Are you serious?" he asked, not believing his ears. "Absolutely," Zoe answered, squeezing his hands tighter. "I don't want to be the woman everyone is afraid of. I want to be your wife, your support, your peace of mind." Andrew looked at her and realized that this moment was inevitable. Whether he wants it or not, he will become her husband, and then whatever happens. He realized that Zoe was not the worst thing that had happened to him in his life. "Zoe, I will be the happiest man in the world if you become my wife," he said. They walked through the park, ate ice cream, and then, like two school children, they went to the cinema and took tickets to the last row. Andrew tried to kiss Zoe when the lights went out, but he didn't dare. She was too monumental. The next day, while he was working, he went to get some groceries for lunch. And of course, he stood in line at the cash register where Zoe was working. She worked silently and decisively, like a large and precise machine gun. He even began to worry when his turn approached. "Hello. How did you sleep?" Andrew didn't know what to start talking about, although he usually had a good tongue. He knew how to handle women's ears. "Hello, if you're not joking," Zoe answered without a smile and began to punch through the goods. "I slept great, but the mosquitoes bothered me. It's okay. I'll buy plates. They fly away quickly." "Shall we meet at the weekend?" Andrew asked timidly. "Certainly. How can we live without it?" Zoe answered just as colorlessly. "Next, don't hold up the line. We'll talk later." Andrew was at a loss as to how to behave. On the one hand, she herself invited him to marry her, and on the other hand, she acted as if she didn't know him at all. Zoe and Andrew took one day off together and decided to spend the weekend at a recreation center by the lake. Andrew took his old SUV and Zoe packed a tent, sleeping bags and food. They set off, giggling and weaving their car along the road like two teenagers who stole their dad's car and just ran away from school. At the recreation center, they pitched a tent near the shore of the lake. Moreover, the tent pegs were installed by Zoe. She tied the tent to them. Andrew put down the sleeping bags. In the evening, the two of them sat by the fire, hugged, and looking at the stars. Andrew told Zoe about his adventures, and Zoe listened to him, smiling. At night, they could not sleep for a long time because mosquitoes were pestering them. Andrew wanted to pester Zoe, but she fell asleep with lightning speed and started snoring so that he had no chance. The next morning, they decided to go for a ride on the lake on an inflatable boat. Andrew, this boat was inherited from my father. He often fished on it. Zoe was delighted with the idea, and the two of them got into the boat and set sail. Andrew realized that he needed inflatable vests and borrowed them from a neighbor. So they were both wearing orange life jackets. The lake was calm, there was no wind, and they swam, enjoying the silence and beauty of nature. Suddenly, Zoe felt that the boat began to sink. The water filled it, albeit quite slowly. Zoe panicked. Andrew immediately grabbed the oar and began to row quickly, steering the boat towards the shore. Zoe held on to the edges of the boat. Her eyes were full of horror. "Zoe, hold on, we'll get to the shore," Andrew shouted. Zoe was shaking, but she believed Andrew. He was her savior. Her, a woman who was not afraid of anything. When they finally reached the shore and climbed out of the boat, wet, Zoe hugged Andrew. "So scared," she said, as if she were a little girl and he was her dad or older brother. Andrew smiled and kissed her forehead, as if she really were his daughter. "Zoe, I will always be there. We are always together. Like wind and thunder, like lightning and rain." "A good fire wouldn't hurt us," said Zoe. She climbed into the tent and changed into a swimsuit and threw a towel over herself. Andrew was making a fire at this time so that he could warm up. Soon the flame was large enough, and Zoe hung a pot of water on the fire. She deftly peeled the potatoes and opened a can of stew. Soon they were enjoying a hot meal, and the dangerous incident faded into memory. The adventures at the recreation center continued. They walked through the forest, picked berries, and enjoyed nature. But one day, when they were walking along a narrow path, a brown bear came out from behind the trees. He was huge, fluffy, and hungry. Zoe stopped. Her eyes widened in horror. Andrew also noticed the bear and froze in place. The bear slowly approached, his eyes sparkling like coals in a fire. "Andrew, don't move. The bear is not aggressive if we don't touch it," Zoe whispered. Andrew nodded, but his heart was beating faster. The bear was too close. Zoe picked up the branch and began to slowly wave it in front of the bear. "Go away, bear, this is not your territory," she shouted. The bear hesitated. His eyes became smaller. She continued to swing the branch like a sword. "You shall not pass. This is our forest," she screamed. The bear retreated, its fur rose, but it did not attack. Zoe continued to squeal and threaten him with the branch until he disappeared into the forest. Andrew looked at Zoe with admiration. She was not just a woman, she was a real mistress of the forest. Her strength and determination were amazing. "You saved us from the bear," he said, hugging her. Zoe smiled and her eyes sparkled. She approached Andrew, kissed him, and dragged him into the tent. She was a passionate, loving woman and almost strangled her future husband. Andrew, barely able to stand, crawled out of the tent and walked towards the lake. There he washed himself, then began to wash himself and screamed loudly at the top of his lungs. Out of surprise, the birds flew off their nests and circled over the forest. "Andrew, let's get ready to go home. What if this bear decides to come back here at night when we are sleeping?" "What do you mean? Are you skin and bones? Here I am, food for him for several days," Andrew said, getting out of the tent. "I wanted to offer this to you myself." "Then let's get ready." And together they dismantled the tent and rolled it up, put all their things in the trunk, and finally decided to take a walk in the forest, which was full of berries. Zoe took the jar and was going to fill it with aromatic berries. Andrew was already tired of walking. But Zoe did not let up. She moved from bush to bush and resembled a bear herself. Andrew admired. He came up behind her and stroked her back. "I'm finishing now." Andrew looked at her with tenderness and suddenly froze in horror. A black viper was crawling not far from her leg, and he saw a lot of them as a child in the village with his grandmother, when he ran into the forest with a neighbor's boy to pick blueberries. Zoe didn't move. Andrew picked up the earth stick and quickly threw the snake away from Zoe. There was just a viper here. Only this was not enough. Then a bear. Then a viper. "We've already gone. We've gone," Zoe laughed so hard that her whole body shook. "That's it. Enough of this nature." "I suddenly wanted to go to the city," Andrew announced, and he got behind the wheel. "Come on, jump in." He shouldn't have said that, because when Zoe jumped, the car sank sharply and almost began to scrape the bottom on the ground. The SUV's engine roared, and in 2 leaps the car found itself on a country road that led from the forest to the mountains. Zoe got sick on the road and fell asleep, lounging in the back seat. And Andrew was wondering whether he should be happy or sad that he would have a wife like Zoe Ida. He imagined that they would have children, 2 girls like Zoe and 2 boys like him. He dreamed so much about the future sweet family idol that he almost missed the turn he needed. But he came to his senses in time. Zoe and Andrew did not have a wedding, she insisted. There was only an ordinary, non-celebratory painting, to which Zoe and Ida came in a champagne-colored dress, and it suited her very well. She poked a similar colored rosebud into her head and turned out to be the prettiest bride that day. After painting, the 2 of them went to a country estate, which had a sauna and a swimming pool, as well as its own mini zoo. Well, and accordingly, a restaurant. Zoe's friend Luda worked in this restaurant. She set the table to the highest standard. There was black and red caviar, trout, stuffed breaded squid, and octopus tentacles. And in the center there was a dish with stuffed crab shells. Zoe agreed on this seafood menu in advance with Andrew. You see, I really want to try this seafood. Let's order it for the wedding. Of course, come on, Andrew agreed. Because arguing with Zoe meant condemning yourself to a slow, painful death. When they entered the restaurant, there were no visitors, only their table was set, on which candles were burning, and there was a composition of white and cream flowers. Come in. Now we'll serve the dishes, said Luda. Congratulations on your legal marriage. Finally, you have found your betrothed. Don't pay too much attention to him. You won't get it, Zoe said belligerently. Come on, I have Vasya. He is my best man in the world. This is good. Come on, work, you've paid for it, Zoe urged her friend angrily. Don't be offended, I'll bring everything now. She brought out plates of food and separately cut lemons lengthwise on a saucer so that lemon juice could be sprinkled on the fish. Andrew tried everything and decided that regular potatoes with meat were much better. Zoe was also disappointed in the seafood, but what's done is done, and she decided not to spoil the evening with grumbling and nagging. Let's go and dance. I hope the bear hasn't gotten here yet. Zoe dabbed her lips with a napkin, stood up from the table, and offered her hand to Andrew. They danced for a long time. Zoe had a good sense of rhythm and an ear for music. She quietly sang along with the singer, and this song did not at all fit with her appearance. It seemed like some thin girl was singing. Andrew was once again amazed at how much he didn't know about Zoe. He led her like a true captain of a ship in a storm, and she obediently followed his movements. After dinner, when the sun had already disappeared behind the horizon, Andrew and Zoe decided to take a walk around the estate. The air was so fresh that it seemed as if they were breathing in life itself. Zoe took Andrew's hand, and they headed towards a small pond surrounded by blooming roses. It was reflected in the water like a magic mirror and created a magical atmosphere. You know, Andrew, I have always dreamed of a place where you can retire, enjoy nature, and just be yourself. Andrew smiled. They sat down on the bench, and Zoe laid her head on Andrew's shoulder. In the distance, the night sounds of crickets and the rustling of leaves could be heard. At that moment, they were happy, like 2 heroes from a romantic story. Andrew, do you believe in fate? To fate. Andrew thought about it. Maybe. But I have more faith in our own decision. We create our own destiny. You are right. And at this moment, I understand that my destiny is you. Andrew lifted her face and kissed her. Their lips met in a tender kiss, as if uniting 2 halves of one soul. Andrew and Zoe decided to take a walk around the estate, and suddenly Zoe noticed something strange. She walked up to an old tree that looked like it had been there for centuries. Andrew followed her. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes. Look, Andrew. This is some kind of secret passage. Look, there's a small door here. Andrew looked closer, and indeed saw a small door hidden among the roots of a tree. It was covered in moss and looked as if no one had opened it for a long time. Let's check, Andrew suggested, and the 2 of them opened the door. Behind her was a narrow staircase leading down. Where does it lead, I wonder? Zoe asked. Let's find out, Andrew answered. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and they began to descend. The stairs were steep and dark, but they moved forward, despite the unknown. A few minutes later, they found themselves in an underground room. Light penetrated through narrow cracks in the ceiling, illuminating the ancient stone walls. In the center of the room there was a table on which lay a dusty book. "What is this?" Zoe asked, picking up the book, from which clouds of dust rose. "Let's see," said Andrew, and they began to read. The book told about the mysterious history of the estate, about secret passages and treasures hidden in its depths. "I feel somehow uneasy." "Let's go back upstairs and not continue exploring," Zoe said, looking around. Suddenly they heard some knocking from above. Someone closed the door and nailed it with boards. The sound of a hammer was heard. "Wait, we're here." Andrew shouted and rushed up the stairs. The man, who was asked to board up the passage so that no one would poke his nose in there, was terribly frightened when inhuman screams were heard from underground. The acoustics in that room were such that every word spoken in the room was heard loudly on the surface. The carpenter threw the hammer and boards and ran in horror wherever his eyes looked. He did not have time to firmly lock the passage, and Andrew tried to knock down the door with his shoulder, but it did not give in. He went down and let Zoe pass ahead of him. She stood up and kicked the door open with one powerful blow. There was a breath of freshness and coolness coming from the street. "Let's go, let's take the book with us. We honor it." She took Andrew's hand and they walked back to the hotel for dinner. Zoe asked Luda to bring them regular fried potatoes and pork chops. Luda fulfilled the order, adding mushrooms and pickles. "This is what I understand dinner," said Andrew, and ate everything. "I am also more inclined to potatoes. We wanted seafood. We tried it, and it was fine." Zoe lived with her mother in a 3-room apartment. My father lived for a long time with another family, in which he had a blood sister and brother. Since there was not enough money, Zoe went to work immediately after the 9th grade, and then completed her studies at night school. Zoe's mother worked as a school director, and Zoe was taught discipline from early childhood. She also taught her to cook and sew well, and also took her to a dance class. Zoe, on her own initiative, took up Sambo and achieved success. If she had not fallen in love with the coach when she saw him, the whole mood to train disappeared and her knees trembled. Naturally, Zoe was defeated by weaker opponents, although she was stronger than the entire team combined. It all ended with her being jealous of a girl from the team and pulling her rival's hair hard, for which she was expelled from the team. In parting, she slammed the door so loudly that a huge piece of plaster fell off the ceiling of the gym and fell on the coach's head. With a traumatic brain injury, he was taken to the hospital, from where he never returned to work, and was transferred to head a chess club near his home. Having suffered a little for the sake of order, Zoe decided that all this was nonsense, and she had to earn her living. And my mother had already retired, the amount of which left much to be desired. So she got a job as a cashier at a hypermarket. Training took place on the spot, and here students took exams and were immediately sent to the cash register. At first, Zoe was frightened by the crowd of people who stood at her cash register, and by various problems with the product, which periodically arose mainly due to the fault of the accounting department. The sellers were putting out items that had not yet been shown in the program, and because of this, Zoe had to yell across the room. "Kate, how much does cheese cost? It's not in the program." "I'll take a look now. Come quickly." I have a kilometer-long queue. The day Zoe encountered the director of the hypermarket, she was already on the edge. The line stretched all the way to the door, and every customer was unhappy with the delay. When another product did not go through the system, Zoe could not stand it. "Kate, how much does this chicken cost?" "There is no such product in the system." "Just a second, Zoe. Everything will be now." Kate answered and went to the accounting department. But when Kate returned with the price, Zoe was already standing face to face with the director of the hypermarket, who came out to see what was going on and why they were shouting. "I can't work in such conditions." Zoe blurted out in anger. The director tried to hush up the problem, talked about difficulties, but Zoe is not one to remain silent. "Listen, if you cannot ensure the normal functioning of the Zoe magician, then maybe it's time to give way to someone more competent." The director turned red with anger, but Zoe's words resonated with the customers, who began to applaud. Zoe, feeling supported, continued, "I'm not here to correct your mistakes. I am here to serve people who, after a hard day at work, come to the store to buy food and are forced to stand in line because some chicken in the accounting department is sleeping on the keyboard instead of quickly processing the goods." The director, realizing that the situation was getting out of control, quickly left, promising to resolve all the problems. Zoe, nodding with satisfaction to the customers, continued her work, knowing that today she had done something important not only for herself but for everyone in this hypermarket. Zoe continued her work at the hypermarket, but her life was limited only to the cash register and price tags. After all, Zoe was not just a cashier but a real woman, capable of making changes in the most unexpected situations. One day, when Zoe was again standing at her cash register, she noticed that Director Richard was again trying to evade responsibility. He worked around the problems, and Zoe decided it was time to learn the order and discipline that her mother taught her. "Richard, we are having supply problems again. Products do not match price tags. Buyers are slowly starting to rebel." "Zoe, I'm busy. I have an important meeting." "Will you figure it out yourself?" Richard asked. "Of course, Richard, I always figure it out. But here's what I suggest. Let's switch places. You will stand at the cash register, and I will go solve problems with the goods." Richard, not expecting such an offer, agreed. Zoe took his keys and headed towards the office. There she discovered that the accounting department had again screwed up the prices and the products were incorrectly placed on the shelves. Zoe set to work decisively. A few hours later, she returned to Richard, who was already standing at the cash register, trying to deal with dissatisfied customers. "Richard, I have everything sorted out. Now, do you know what it's like to establish order and discipline?" Richard was amazed. Zoe not only solved the problem with price tags, but also showed him that the director should be aware of all processes in the Zoe store and be more responsible. Since then, Zoe has become not only the best employee for the accounting department, but also for Richard. Sometimes she even joked that she would like to become a director. Maybe this isn't a joke at all. After all, in Zoe's life, everything has become possible. In any case, everyone at the Zoe Magician feared and respected her. When her mother came to work, the sellers always offered a better piece of meat, or the freshest bread, or vegetables and fish without ice. After that incident, Richard, the director of the hypermarket, found himself in a difficult situation. His lack of attention to detail and lack of control over Zoe's processes became apparent. Customers began to complain about poor service, and employees became more demanding. Richard realized that this could not continue. He began to actively participate in the work of the Zoe Magician, monitored supplies, trained staff, and even stood at the cash register himself, to understand what problems cashiers experience. Over time, Richard became a more responsible leader. He found a competent accounting assistant to avoid pricing errors. He also began holding regular meetings with employees to solve ongoing problems and improve the performance of the Zoe Magician. Zoe, in turn, continued to be a cashier, but now her influence extended not only to customers, but also to management. Richard even sometimes joked that Zoe could replace him as director. Of course, it was a joke. After all, Zoe was too busy with her work at the cash register and solving problems to think about such responsibility. Thus, thanks to her, he became a more competent leader, and the store was successful and prosperous. Sometimes even Zoe herself was surprised at how small changes could affect big results. Zoe's mom rose from the table and extended her hand to Andrew. "Very nice, Andrew. Zoe talked a lot about you." Andrew shook her hand and smiled. "I'm pleased too, Anne. Zoe is a wonderful wife. You raised her well." Zoe caught the hint in his words and blushed. Mom smiled. "Well, let's hope that you and Andrew will be happy together. Zoe has always been persistent, and I'm glad she found such a good man." Anne sat back down at the table and poured them tea. "Tell me how you met," she asked. Zoe and Andrew began to tell their story. Anne listened, smiling. It was clear in her eyes that she was happy for her daughter and her choice. And perhaps in this chest, among the memories, their happy moments were kept, which were just beginning. Mom's chest is not just a wooden box, but a real storehouse of memories. Zoe has always been inquisitive, and one day as a child, when she accidentally opened a chest, she discovered many interesting things there. Zoe found in it old letters and postcards that her mother received from her family and friends. Zoe found a letter from her grandfather, who served at the front during World War II. In it, he wrote about his love for his grandmother and how much he looked forward to returning home. She also found an album with old black and white photographs of her mother in her youth, her parents, friends, and relatives. Zoe learned that her grandmother was a talented artist. Grandfather is a passionate traveler. Zoe examined the chest. Further in the chest were antique earrings, bracelets, and rings. Zoe learned that her mother received them as a gift from her mother, who knew the famous jeweler and often drew sketches for him. In the depths lay my mother's diary, which contained entries about her first love, about her children, and how she raised them. Every page was filled with warmth and care. Zoe leafed through the diary and could not hold back her tears. Among the things in the mother's chest were mysterious artifacts, ancient keys, coins, amulets. Zoe looked at them for a long time, trying to unravel their secrets. Mom always said that a chest is not just a storage place for things, but a place where a part of her soul is kept. And perhaps hidden in this chest are the answers to many questions that Zoe has not yet asked. Andrew, listening with interest to Zoe's stories, suddenly stood up and went to the chest. He carefully lifted the lid, and his gaze fell on an ancient compass with exquisite engraving. "Anne, can you tell me what kind of compass this is?" he asked, turning to his mother. Family Anne smiled and answered it was a gift to my father. He was a sailor and always said that this compass helps him find his way home, despite all the storms and storms. Andrew carefully examined the compass, and Zoe continued the story. Grandfather and grandmother met in the library. She was looking for a book about sailing, and grandfather had just returned it to the shelf. It was fate. Yes, it's very romantic. Andrew looked at Zoe with warmth in his eyes and told her, "Now, thanks to this compass, I will always find the way to your heart." Zoe smiled, took his hand, and Anne, watching them, thought about how important it is to preserve family memories and pass them on from generation to generation. She looked at the chest and thought that now new stories would appear in it. Stories of Zoe and Andrew. "Let's drink tea to the love that unites the past, present, and future," she suggested, raising a cup of tea. Everyone raised their cups of tea. The room was filled with the warm light of the sunset, reflected in the ancient decorations. They slept together on a wide sofa, which they folded and unfolded each time. Andrew's things fit neatly on one shelf and on several racks in the closet. The belongings were simple. "Let's sleep. I have to get up early for my shift tomorrow." She clapped Andrew on the shoulder so that he sat down in surprise. She stepped into the shower and came out wearing a pretty pink robe that flattered her curves. Andrew went to the shower after it and shaved properly. He felt tired. The harsh jets of the shower gave him energy. When he came out, Zoe was already asleep, turning to the wall. Andrew lay down and, after tossing and turning for half an hour, also fell asleep. He woke up in the morning from an incredible roar and jumped up in surprise. It was Anne who dropped the metal bowl in the kitchen. She got up at 5 in the morning and, having nothing else to do, began baking pies. Today she was making another pie and accidentally pushed the empty bowl onto the floor. The noise was incredible. Most likely the neighbors also woke up. Zoe alone slept in a deep sleep and didn't even move her ears. At first, Andrew was even touched by the fact that his mother-in-law bakes pies in the morning and always has aromatic coffee and homemade cakes for breakfast. But soon, more and more often, he began to catch himself thinking that there was not enough cuteness here, and that a delicious pie could be ordered, but it was not always possible to get an extra sleep after a shift. "Zoe, let's build our own house. It will be good for Mom, and there will be space for future children. Let's. I can already imagine him. And you're smart." And she patted Andrew on the shoulder with all her heroic scope, so much so that she almost killed her husband. Andrew then rubbed his bruised shoulder for a long time. They started browsing websites where ready-made houses were sold. We started learning about mortgages. But after a week of viewings and calls, they decided that they would take their own plot and build the house themselves. For the project, they turned to the well-known Design Bureau City project. Andrew and Zoe came to the architect and explained what they envisioned for their home and how they saw it. The architect promised to draw them several plans and provide them within a week. But the project is paid. Well, let's say we can pull it off, but we still need to earn money for construction. Yes, Andrew, our salaries and my mother's pension are enough just to purchase materials for the foundation. I recently saw an advertisement that drivers are needed for long-distance flights. I have a category so I can try. Try it, but now you'll be on flights, and I'll start to get bored. But I'm for a common cause. Andrew was indignant. "Okay, you haven't passed the interview yet. And there is a chance that they won't take it," Zoe said hopefully. Andrew the day before came to the Hyde Transport Company, where he posted an advertisement for a vacancy and charmed all the girls there. Need I say that the next day he was invited for an interview? Andrew was a little worried, but remembered that they were going to build a house where they would enjoy life together, and this gave him confidence. "Hello, I'm Andrew, and I came for an interview for a driver position." He introduced himself as he entered the office. "Hello, Andrew. Come in. Sit down," answered the friendly man at the table. "I'm Alex, HR manager. Tell us a little about yourself and your work experience." "I received the category when I served in the Army. Afterwards, I worked for a private transport company for a long time, but it closed and I quit. Now I work in a hypermarket. The goal is to earn money to build my wife and I's future home." "Okay," Alex said when Andrew finished. "It's good that you are interested in money. We are looking for responsible and reliable drivers. And you make a good impression. Let's try. You can start working on Monday. Will you have time to resign and undergo a medical examination? If yes, then come on Monday with all the documents." Andrew was both happy and puzzled at the same time. He thanked Alex and returned home to tell the good news. Zoe was happy for him, but she was a little sad because she knew that now they would see each other less often. Both understood well that these were temporary difficulties and that in the end they would have a happy future in a new home. Thus began a new stage in their lives. Andrew quit the hypermarket in 3 days. He passed the medical examination in 1 day, so by Monday he had all the necessary documents in hand. On Monday he came to the office. Alex met him there and took him to the head of the transport service. He looked carefully at Andrew, as if calculating whether he would fit in the cab of the truck, and said, "Let's go get Johnson's car. He quit a week ago. The car is idle. We are incurring losses. The car has just been serviced. There shouldn't be any problems. Let's see how you do. Today we will set off on our first flight across the country. We need to transport the cargo to a neighboring city. There they will give you all the necessary documents and tell you where to go." With these words, George gave him the keys to the truck and went to the garage. Andrew followed him. They approached a lonely blue truck. "Here is your horse for the near future. The flight is given a certain period of time. If you complete it on time, you will receive a bonus. If you don't, you'll get a bare salary." When Andrew got behind the wheel of the heavy truck, he could not contain his exclamation of admiration. Everything in this car was thought out to the smallest detail: the controls, the sleeping place. There was even a small refrigerator. He turned on the ignition and the engine started. A minute later he left the garage and drove to the address indicated by George. There he stood under the load and loaded the cargo quite quickly. A pretty girl accountant brought him all the necessary documents. She stared at Andrew while he checked whether all the papers were there. He was used to double-checking documents while working in a hypermarket. So he began to travel around the country. 6 months later, they began to give him flights abroad. The first flight was to France, where he spent the day loaded up. Andrew proved himself to be a responsible and disciplined driver. George has set him up as an example more than once. Zoe worked at the cash register, then took retraining courses and entered the economics department of the university by correspondence, so that she would later be promoted. As always, Zoe treated everything very responsibly and structuredly. Therefore, she had time to attend the construction of a house, pass a test, and combine all this with work at the Zoe store. Zoe was promoted to head of the finished products department. There were more buyers, and the finished products department was ahead of other departments in all respects. Zoe carefully checked the assortment, hired chefs and pastry chefs, and accepted the products. The news of the miracle spread throughout the city. People were traveling for delicious cakes and bread from the other end of the city. Bloggers frequented the store. They filmed stories against the backdrop of the department's windows. These stories quickly gained popularity, and there was always a queue in the department. Shortly after Andrew started working, construction on their home began to move forward. Andrew invested most of his earnings into the construction, and Zoe carefully supervised every stage of construction, paying attention to every detail. They both dreamed of the day when they could move into their new home. One day when Zoe arrived at a construction site, she felt a little strange. She was tired and slightly nauseous, which was unusual for her. Zoe decided to undergo a medical examination, and the doctor confirmed her suspicions. She was pregnant. This was unexpected but good news for Zoe. She was excited and had mixed feelings. But at the same time, she was happy. Zoe waited until her husband returned from the flight and told Andrew the good news. He was beside himself with joy. He hugged Zoe and said, "This is the best thing that has happened to us recently." They were both very happy and looking forward to a new stage in their lives. Construction of the house continued, and every day they saw their dream becoming a reality. Andrew worked hard to provide for his family, and Zoe continued to study and work despite her condition. They both knew that all their efforts would soon pay off when they could move into their new home and start a new chapter in their lives with their future child. It was a time of trials and difficulties, but they were both confident that they could overcome all the obstacles in their path. "Andrew, soon we will be able to move into our house with you." I was at a construction site. The walls are ready, the roof is there, the windows are installed. By the way, I insured our unfinished construction. The girls at the Zoe Magician advised me, otherwise you never know, the building materials will be stolen. You're making progress. That's what I think. Now it's time to do the interior work, electrical, plumbing. How do you look at what I bring from my flights? You ask? Of course, take it. And Andrew brought back good plumbing fixtures and accessories from several flights. All the latest model sockets, switches. According to the latest fashion, all this was installed by hired plumbers and an electrician. Soon all the wiring was done, and all that was left was the finishing. "Zoe, we are getting closer and closer to our dream." Andrew was happy. "We have to keep our eyes open. Otherwise something will go wrong and we will remain like my friends." So they built and built a house, and then suddenly lightning struck, and it burned to the ground. Zoe said seriously, "I don't want that." Andrew looked at her in horror. "Who wants it?" "I have already ordered the lightning rod. I want to enjoy life in the house longer," concluded Zoe. "When will the water be installed?" Translated to another topic by Andrew. "They promised this week," Zoe answered calmly. "I don't believe that we have done so much in such a short period of time. Your job is to bring money, and my job is to wait for you and bring our child to term." Zoe Ida smiled in response. The house was ready to move in. Andrew asked George to provide a truck for the move, and he gave it. "You can drive yourself, which is no more difficult than driving a truck. As usual, you are responsible for the safety of the car." The young people had simple belongings. They wanted to buy the main furniture later, once they had sorted out their debts. All things were already in the house. Andrew invited Anne to go with them, who borrowed a calico cat from a neighbor. "Mom, why do we need a cat?" "That's how it's supposed to be," Anne stated categorically, carefully holding the cat in her arms, which was lying calmly. Zoe, whose rounded belly was already very noticeable, came out of the house and got into the car. "Let's go to our house." Andrew turned on the ignition, and the SUV slowly moved away. Anne was sitting next to her, holding the cat, and Zoe was stroking her belly from behind. She didn't have much room in the front. "Are you sure you know the way?" Anne asked, looking at Andrew. "Yes, Mom. I've been there often," Andrew answered, smiling. They drove past old houses, acquaintances, streets, and soon found themselves on the outskirts of the city. Andrew turned onto the narrow road leading to their new home. The car stopped in front of a beautiful house. "Here we are," said Andrew, turning off the engine. They got out of the car and looked at their new home. Zoe took Anne's hand, and together they went into the house to fetch the cat, which Anne released ahead. The cat calmly entered. "Welcome home," said Andrew, following them. Zoe smiled, looking at her husband. They were home, and it was wonderful. It was quiet and cozy inside the house. Zoe looked around, enjoying the peace and tranquility of her new home. Anne walked slowly into the living room, examining every detail. "What a beautiful house you built," she said, smiling. "I'm sure you will be very happy here." "Mom, I won't leave you alone. You will live with us." Again, the air is clean here. The birds are singing. Andrew, standing at the door, nodded in agreement. He looked at his small family. They, Zoe and Anne, spent the rest of the day unpacking and settling into their new place. In the evening, when everything was ready, they gathered together in the living room, enjoying the smell of their new home. "We're home." "This is our new home, Mom. We haven't bought a bed yet, so we can't leave you here. Now Andrew will take you home." "Okay, children. Cat, come here." But the cat did not respond. "Kisa, where are you?" Anne asked excitedly, looking around the room. All three started looking for her, but the cat was nowhere to be found. Maybe she went to look for her old house, Andrew suggested, but his voice sounded unsure. They went outside and called her, but there was no answer. Suddenly, Zoe heard a quiet purring, and the sound was coming from the house. They followed the sound and saw a cat sitting on the hood of an SUV. She must have gotten in there while we were inside. Anne carefully picked up the cat and didn't let it go again. Zoe stood on the porch and waved after them until they disappeared from sight. Left alone, Zoe entered the house and walked through the rooms, enjoying the silence and comfort of the new home. She stopped and looked at the window. It was dark outside the window, and only the stars illuminated the night sky. Zoe smiled and went to the window. She opened it and breathed in the fresh air. She felt a stirring in her stomach and smiled even wider, stroked her stomach and whispered, "This is our home, baby." Zoe closed the window and went to the bathroom. She turned on the water and undressed in the shower. The water was warm and pleasant. Zoe stood under the shower, letting the water wash away the fatigue of the day. She turned off the water and dried herself with a towel. Then I put on my pajamas and went to the bedroom. The bedroom was quiet and cozy. Zoe lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. She felt her fatigue slowly disappear, and she drifted off to sleep. She thought about her new home, about Andrew and her future child. She smiled and fell asleep, and I didn't hear Andrew return home. He did not wake her up and quietly lay down next to her on the sofa, since they had practically no furniture. The room was spacious and airy. The next morning, Zoe woke up to the sun's rays coming through the window. I looked at my watch and saw that it was almost 10 a.m. It was a day off. Zoe got up, went to the kitchen, turned on the kettle and started preparing breakfast. Soon Andrew woke up, went into the kitchen, and smiled. He approached her and hugged her. "Good morning," he said, kissing her on the cheek. Zoe smiled and replied, "Good morning. Let's have breakfast already. I want to eat so much. I have a little glutton inside me." She lightly nudged Andrew with her elbow, but apparently, as usual, she miscalculated the force, and Andrew bent in half. "You will be left without a husband so soon." Poor him. "It hurts, right?" "Sorry." The next day, a large bed was brought to them. Andrew assembled it himself. A couple of hours later, a beautiful white mattress was delivered, and Zoe just clasped her hands. "I was completely tired and forgot about the bed sheets. I'm afraid that what we have will not be enough." "Nothing, not enough, but it's there. I'll bring whatever linen you need the day after tomorrow. I'm going to Germany. Write me the dimensions, I'll look there. In the meantime, we'll sleep on the couch. There is no point in spoiling the beauty." Andrew took a tape measure out of his suitcase and measured the dimensions of the mattress. "That's it. The mattress sizes are there. What is the size under the blanket and pillow?" "And the pillows are square." "In Europe, I know that they are rectangular." "Then maybe bring some pillows." "Agreed. Now let's rest. We don't have a TV yet. Beauty." Andrew lay down on the bed and looked at Zoe. She turned smoothly and, like a brigantine, sailed towards him. They didn't sleep a wink all night and ended up breaking the sofa. "Well, now we'll sleep on the floor." "Why have floors if you have a beautiful bed?" "Let's lay down what we have and let's sleep on the bed." Zoe didn't mind. She took out the widest sheet and it fit on the bed. Andrew brought pillows and blankets and the two of them lay down on the brand new bed. "We haven't tried it on the bed yet." Andrew smiled slyly. "Be careful. I'm pregnant after all." Zoe pretended to defend herself. The bed turned out to be stronger than the sofa and withstood all the storms and hurricanes of passions of Andrew and Zoe. The next day, Andrew got ready for a flight to Germany. He already knew how to get ready quickly, and his backpack with things and a bag of groceries was already standing in the corridor. Zoe had already gone on maternity leave and therefore did not go anywhere. She was seen off at work with great regret and wished to give birth to a healthy baby. "Well, you will leave, and I will remain alone in the house. I'll invite my mother to stay. You do not mind?" Zoe asked. "Of course I don't mind. I don't feel comfortable myself that you are left alone in the house. But we will still have to get used to it somehow, since we have already decided to live separately." I went. "Don't be bored here without me." Andrew smiled, hugged Zoe, and stroked his stomach. Arriving at the base, the first thing he did was put food in the refrigerator and went to a local cafe to buy drinking water. Water was expensive in Germany, and at least he decided to save on this. Already in Germany, Andrew decided to visit a local bar in the evening to relax after a long journey. At the bar, he took a beer and suddenly noticed a girl who was sitting alone at a table and talking to someone on the phone in English. Andrew decided to come over and get acquainted. "Hello, do you speak English?" he asked, approaching the table. "Yes, I'm from the USA," she smiled, closing the book. "I'm Andrew." "Nice to meet you, I'm Jane." Nevertheless, the inner male defeated the family man, whose position away from the family was very weak. "Will you give me your phone number?" They exchanged phone numbers, then walked for a long time along the streets of a small town in which the car was being loaded. "Jane, I'm leaving home tomorrow. I would like to invite you to my place to watch the sunrise together." The proposal is expected. "Do you call all girls that?" she asked sarcastically. "No, only you. I didn't find a better answer, Andrew." "Then let's do it this way. A popular band will perform here tonight. If you get these tickets and we can go to the concert together, then I will agree. Still, you must defeat at least one dragon on the way to the Princess, Jane suggested. "Accepted," answered Andrew. In the evening, Andrew emerged victorious from his fight with the dragon. He got tickets, went to a concert, and spent the night with an attractive girl. In the morning, the demands of the inner male subsided and Andrew said goodbye to Jane with a calm soul. "Should I give you money for a taxi?" he asked Jane. "Yes, how will I go?" "This week I've been looking at new sneakers, but I can't decide to buy them. I'm waiting for a discount," she replied. "Where do you work?" Andrew asked. "I work as a teacher in an international kindergarten. The salary is low. When will you come again?" "Liked," Andrew said with a grin. "Not really, but there's definitely something about you." "I love persistent people," said Jane, took the money from Andrew and left the room that Andrew had specially rented for one night. He usually slept in his car, so as not to spend money on hotels. The car was his apartment, office, and home. He left the city and began the long journey home through Germany and Poland. Andrew thought about his wife and about the future child whose father he would soon become. He brought his wife gifts and sweets which she had really loved lately, as well as things for the baby in neutral colors so that both a girl and a boy could wear them. Zoe, left alone at home, invited her mother to live with her. They spent time together preparing for the arrival of a new family member. Zoe was grateful to Andrew for allowing her mother to come stay with her. This helped her cope with loneliness and prepare for the birth of her child. When Andrew arrived, Zoe was overjoyed and Anne left. Andrew had no attraction to his pregnant wife, especially since he had only recently dated Jane. "You are so caring," Zoe hugged her husband. "I'm tired, I want to sleep." "In the cabin, do you know what the dream is?" "Everything is noisy, rattling outside, making it difficult to sleep peacefully. Let's do it later, okay?" He hugged his wife and went to sleep. Shortly after this flight, Andrew departed for France. Arriving in Paris, he decided to visit the famous cafe to enjoy the atmosphere of the old city. A girl was sitting at a table in the corner of the cafe, immersed in reading a book. Andrew noticed that the book was in English and decided to approach it. The girl had a very unusual appearance, beautiful and somehow sophisticated. "I'm Emily. I've been living and working in Paris for 8 years, the girl said. "Wow. And it's a long time. How did you get here?" Andrew was amazed. "Mom married a Frenchman. He knew that she had a daughter. He met me and allowed my mother to live with me in his house," answered Emily. "What doesn't happen in life?" "I haven't heard any stories," said Andrew. "So you graduated from a French school?" "Yes, I had to. Not without difficulty, of course. French was hard for me, but I'm still learning it." This is how their acquaintance began. They spent the evening talking, exchanging stories and impressions. Andrew was amazed by her intelligence and charm, and Emily in turn was glad to meet a fellow countryman. They began dating and soon began an affair. Again, Andrew had to rent a hotel for the night to bring Emily there. She turned out to be very skillful in love affairs, and Andrew received great pleasure from physical intimacy with her. Andrew found in this woman what he had been missing at home: passion and lack of demands. and although he continued his flights, he always found time to see her. This novel became a bright spot for him in his difficult life as a truck driver. So Andrew continued his journey, leaving a piece of his heart in every country, regardless of where he was. He always returned to his beloved women Jane and Emily, who were for him like lighthouses in an endless ocean. Returning home, Andrew asked George for business trips to France, where Emily lived, and to Germany, where Jane lived, and constantly found a reason to stay with them for a day or two. But at home, at the base, they treated the continuation of business trips normally, and one might even say that they turned a blind eye, since Andrew worked flawlessly, loaded himself, unloaded, and everything was always on time. He crossed the border without problems, did not lose cargo, did not go on a binge, didn't make a fuss. Coming home from work after a flight, Andrew saw that Zoe had already started preparing dinner. He walked up to her, hugged her, and kissed her on the cheek. "How was your day, Zoe?" he asked, taking off his jacket. "Nothing special." "Andrew, just an ordinary day," she answered, smiling. In the evening, when Zoe was already going to bed, Andrew told her about his adventures in Germany and France. He kept quiet about Jane and Emily, not wanting to bother Zoe. Instead, he talked about the beautiful places he visited and the people he met. "And I'm sitting at home, I don't see anything except our city. Nothing. As soon as the child grows up, we will definitely go somewhere with the whole family, and you will definitely see the world." The next day, Andrew set off again. This time his path lay in Italy. Arriving in Rome, he decided to visit the famous Colosseum. He looked with admiration at the monument of ancient architecture and sat with pleasure next to him in the cafe. When I was getting coffee, I met a charming Italian woman near the bar. She was a tour guide and offered him a tour of the Colosseum. She also turned out to be a charming native English speaker. In the evening, Andrew invited Mary to dinner at a local restaurant. They enjoyed delicious Italian cuisine and wine, and then walked around Rome at night. At the end of the evening, Andrew walked Mary home and exchanged phone numbers with her. He compared Mary to Emily from Jane. Returning to the car, Andrew went to bed and thought about life for the first time. He realized that, despite all his adventures and new acquaintances, his heart will always belong to Zoe. For a moment he felt ashamed. One part of his nature demanded carnal pleasures and pleasures, while the other wanted a quiet life and family. Andrew was torn between these two parts of himself and decided that after this flight he would no longer travel so far from home. He wanted to be close to his wife and unborn child. Returning home, Andrew was incredibly happy to see Zoe. It somehow warmed inside when he saw her. Soon she was due to give birth, and Andrew experienced another pang of conscience. Although he brought gifts and sweets, souvenirs from the countries he visited, he did not feel well, but Zoe was happy to see him, and was glad that he decided to stay home. Over the next few months, Andrew worked closer to home so he could spend more time with his family. He was happy, and despite all his adventures, he tried to convince himself that the most important thing in his life was his family. George liked that Andrew began to work closer to the base, because he could always be relied upon when other drivers went on a drinking binge and did not show up for work. He was thinking about making Andrew his deputy. Emily and Jane wrote to Andrew in online instant messengers, and in order not to get caught, he called everyone by male names and told his wife that colleagues from Italy and Germany were writing, asking when he would be shipping to them. Andrew tried not to think about them, to live the life of his other half as an exemplary family man. Zoe seemed to have no idea about anything. Life went on as usual until one evening, when Andrew came home from work. Anne came to visit her with a cherry pie, and Zoe suddenly grabbed her stomach. "Oh," she screamed, "I think I'm giving birth." "We need to time the time between contractions," was all she managed to say, breathing as she was taught. Andrew quickly took the phone and dialed the ambulance number. While they waited, Zoe tried to breathe deeply and evenly, as advised in the prenatal classes she attended before giving birth. "Everything will be fine," Zoe Andrew reassured, holding her hand and stroking it. When the ambulance arrived, Andrew helped Zoe up and they all hurried to the hospital. Everything happened so quickly that Andrew barely had time to collect himself. At the hospital, Zoe was immediately taken to the maternity ward, and Andrew was left to wait in the hallway of the emergency room. He sat there for a long time while Zoe gave birth, fingering the beads he bought in Italy for Zoe, and praying that everything would go well. A few hours later, a doctor came to him and said that Zoe had complications and had to have a cesarean section. Andrew felt his legs give way. "How are they?" he asked, barely catching his breath. "Your wife is fine," he replied, "but your son?" He had to be admitted to intensive care. He was born weak, suffered from pneumonia, and doctors are now doing everything they can to help him. "Don't worry, everything will be fine with him." Andrew felt fear and helplessness wash over him. He couldn't believe that his little boy, whom he had never met, was already fighting for his life. He sat down on a chair, covered his face with his hands, trying to collect his thoughts. Over the next few days, Andrew barely left the hospital. He went home for a short time, took a shower, ate breakfast, returned to the hospital, where he spent time in the corridor next to the intensive care unit, waited for news about his son's condition, and also visited his wife. Finally, a week later, doctors said that the boy's condition had stabilized. Andrew saw his son for the first time through the glass of the incubator. He was so small and fragile that Andrew's heart sank. But deep down, he was sure that his son was strong and could handle everything. Andrew was allowed to touch the child through the round holes in the cuvette. After he washed his hands with soap and treated with an antiseptic, he tremblingly touched the little body, and he was overcome by a wave of love for this little creature, which connected him with Zoe. "My boy, my son," Andrew whispered, stroking his son's leg. The son was fast asleep, holding his arms close to him, and inside Andrew there was a desire to protect him. Zoe and the baby were transferred to the second stage of nursing to another department on another floor. "Andrew, the doctor said that we will spend at least 3 weeks here," said Zoe. "Well, it's necessary, it's necessary. You call, tell me what to bring, I'll bring it instantly," Andrew said. "It's better here than in the postpartum ward," Zoe said, stroking Andrew's hand. Andrew brought water, fruit, baby canned food, and condensed milk to the hospital for Zoe, diapers, wet wipes, and pacifiers for the baby, who was named Victor the winner. 3 weeks later, Zoe called Andrew. "We are being discharged today. Can you come and pick it up?" "Certainly." "What question?" "I expected that you would be discharged around these days and asked you not to put me on long-haul flights." An hour later, Andrew arrived to pick up Zoe and his son. Anne arrived with Andrew. She cried, looking at tiny Victor. "Stop it. All the bad things are over." "Yes, I'm crying with happiness because I see my grandson." On the day when Andrew held his son in his arms for the first time, he felt that the whole world around him had disappeared somewhere, and only he and his son remained. And all his adventures and travels are nothing compared to this moment. He realized that the most important adventure of his life was just beginning. And it's an adventure to be a father. I felt like a captain on a ship whose crew had mutinied. Put aside your tears. Still good. Come on. He put the bags on the floor and hugged both women. "Let me put the child in the car seat I bought. And let's go already. Because I'm nervous, I want to eat. I'm hungry." Zoe took Victor out of the envelope and the two of them placed him in the car seat. Andrew carefully buckled his son in and made sure that the seat was properly secured. "We can go," he said, sitting in the driver's seat and looking in the rearview mirror. "Please drive around the potholes more carefully. Don't brake suddenly," Zoe asked. "Everything will be fine. I'll drive so that the glass of water won't spill," Andrew assured. Indeed, the car drove so smoothly that everyone began to feel like they were sailing on a ship. When we arrived home, the women were dozing, but they woke up and went out. Andrew unfastened the baby and handed him over, and he took the bags out of the trunk, took them, and followed his family into the house. Little Victor was a sickly and very loud baby. He screamed almost continuously, day and night, so that Andrew could not sleep properly. Zoe and Andrew took turns getting up at night to see the child, but in the morning Andrew couldn't really wake up. He catastrophically stopped getting enough sleep. It got to the point that he once almost knocked down a lamppost while stopping by to unload. After this incident, George called him to talk. "Andrew, I understand everything, a small child, all that. But that's also not possible. You need to get enough sleep. Hire a nanny. You make good money," said George. "Sorry, this won't happen again." "I wanted to ask you to send me on long-haul flights again," said Andrew. "That's a different conversation." "Is there anyone to help your wife?" George asked. "Yes, Mom will come to her for a while," answered Andrew. "Then this week we will have loading to France." "You already went there," said George. "Great. I'll go get ready." Andrew's mood has noticeably improved. His other part of the active male hunter was bored and yearning for new adventures. "Hello, wife," said George. Andrew received his travel allowances from the accounting department and went to work. When he returned, he parked his truck on the territory of the base and affectionately stroked it on the cold metal of the cabin. "Well, old lady, will we be on our long journey again soon?" "Are you ready?" he asked. Scania, of course, remained silent, but Andrew, always carefully prepared for long flights, checked all the systems of his Swallow and knew that he could trust it. Arriving home late in the evening, Andrew immediately went to the room where his son was sleeping. Zoe sat and rocked his crib. Just fell asleep. "I called my mother. She will come to me tomorrow," she said. "Go get some sleep, and I'll sit with him," Andrew answered. Zoe happily lay down and slept for several hours. Victor was snoring quietly in his crib. Andrew looked with emotion at his son, at his body and tiny arms and legs. He could not believe that he was a father. He made sure that everything was in order, lay down, without undressing, on his side, next to his wife, and instantly fell asleep. Early in the morning, Andrew got into the cab and drove out onto the highway. He was very glad to be back on the road, where new adventures awaited him. His path lay in France, in Paris, where a meeting with Emily awaited him. Andrew liked the French roads and the scenery on both sides. In a Parisian suburb, quite large rabbits grazed on the hills. They calmly and melancholy chewed the grass, and were not at all afraid of passing cars. Upon arrival in Paris, Andrew unloaded the car and immediately headed to the cafe, where he and Emily agreed to meet. He entered and his gaze fell on Emily, who was sitting at a table by the window. She was as beautiful as the day he first saw her. "Hello, incomparable Emily. I see your eyes still sparkle like two diamonds," Andrew exclaimed, approaching the table at which the girl was sitting. She turned around and smiled when she saw him. "Andrew, wow. Long time no see." Hi. "Don't tell me these diamonds are 2 carats, she said, standing up to hug him. They hugged. And Andrew felt his heart beat faster. He was happy to meet Emily again. They spent the evening and night indulging in lovemaking and reminiscing about old times and sharing news. It was a joyful meeting. The next morning, Andrew woke up in a hotel room next to Emily. He looked at her and felt the joy of owning a beautiful woman. He was proud of his love victories, and Emily was one of them. "Good morning, honey," he said, kissing her. "Good morning, Andrew," Emily answered, smiling. They spent the morning together, had breakfast in a cafe, and walked through the streets of Paris. Andrew was happy to date her because the relationship was like an adventure, which he loved very much. In the evening, Andrew returned to his cabin and prepared for the long journey back home. He was tired but happy. He knew that a long and difficult road awaited him, but he was ready for it. His path lay across Europe, and he was looking forward to meeting new people and new adventures. After driving through France, he stopped for the night near the German border, planning to meet Jane tomorrow. She has already written him a message saying that she is waiting for him and is counting the hours until his arrival. Waking up early in the morning, Andrew at first did not understand where he was. That was how deep his sleep was. He was awakened by a message from Jane. "Good morning, are you awake yet? I hope you had a good rest because you will need a lot of energy in the evening at the cafe in the parking lot." Andrew took a shower and quickly had breakfast, after which he left. An hour later, he was already in the city where Jane lived. He parked the car and went to the central square, where they agreed to meet. The decoration of the square was the old town hall with a clock. Andrew loved to walk there and look at the residents of this city. Jane appeared unexpectedly, also oriental, smelling of freshness. Andrew inhaled her scent and, without much conversation, hugged her and kissed her. She was different from Emily, but she was also very attractive. Andrew didn't have much time to meet Jane, so they didn't waste any time and headed straight to the hotel. They ordered food and drinks to the room. Jane liked Andrew, his way of communicating with women, his intensity and passion. She secretly dreamed of persuading him to marry her, although deep down she knew that she had very little chance of this. In such rare meetings, she agreed to the role of temporary refuge, because Andrew made her feel that she was desired and loved. Andrew looked after her beautifully, bringing small, nice gifts, silk scarves, pendants, bracelets. When they left the room and said goodbye, Andrew went home with a sense of accomplishment. All the way he was proud of himself, but felt guilty before Zoe. He justified his adventures with his masculine essence. Well, this is the kind of male I am, and this is how I was, and this is probably how I will die. During the journey, the feeling of guilt went away, and everything that happened seemed to have never happened. Maybe it was, but not with him. It was not him, but another part of him. And now Andrew is driving both an exemplary family man and an excellent employee. Andrew was so confused about his women that he sometimes called them by other names in his sleep. The one who heard someone else's name was jealous and offended. Andrew consoled her as best he could, trying to appease her with affection and increased attention. And I thought to myself, so someday I'll call Zoe by someone else's name. And this will be the beginning of the end. I will lose both my wife and child. At work, meanwhile, the number of orders in Europe increased. There were complex flights when cargo from one city had to be transported to another, where the next cargo had to be picked up and transported further, and so on. The flights were tedious, sometimes taking months or longer. Many drivers refused them because they were very tired, but Andrew agreed, knowing that at home he would always be welcomed with open arms, no matter how much he travels through foreign lands and roads. Moreover, this is a great opportunity to make money. Meanwhile, while Andrew was sleeping, Zoe accidentally discovered his correspondence with Emily. She took Andrew's phone to check the weather forecast because her phone was dead. For some reason, my husband's phone was not blocked. And when Zoe was looking at the weather for the week, suddenly a message came from Andrew's contact. "I miss you so much, I can't forget our last meeting." My tiger, she stared at the smartphone screen in amazement, and an unpleasant feeling rose inside her. Zoe looked at all the correspondence and was horrified by what she saw. Next came a message from contact Leonid. He also wrote, "Beloved, when I fall asleep, I think about you and everything in the same spirit." She imagined scenes of revenge, one more terrible than the other. But she didn't want to do any of this. Then, after thinking carefully, she came up with a sophisticated revenge plan for his husband, which was supposed to shake him up thoroughly. Andrew was fast asleep. After a long journey with the kitchen, the smell of cinnamon and cherries was heard. This mother was baking her signature cherry pie again. Zoe adored him. "Zoe, come in and have some tea." Victor fell asleep. Anne called her into the kitchen. "You don't have a face. What happened?" "Yes, Mom, it happened. My husband, it turns out, is cheating on me. And you know what's worst is that he has several mistresses. 2, that's for sure. Or maybe more. This happens in life. Daughter, the main thing is, don't be upset. Men can be very temperamental, and one woman is not enough for them. Are you protecting him? No, you just can't fix nature." Anne remembered her husband, who had mistresses before her, during her time and after. "Have you already figured out how to take revenge?" Anne looked at her daughter carefully. "Yes, Mom. And you will help me with this," said Zoe. Victor woke up and loudly demanded attention. Zoe went to him and fed him. The baby calmed down and fell asleep again. "Mom, just don't let Andrew slip." "Fine." When Andrew woke up and went into the kitchen, he found 2 women there drinking tea and cake. They both looked at him strangely and smiled mysteriously. "Why are you both so strange?" Andrew asked in surprise. "We just discussed one series in which a man went on business trips and had a mistress in different cities. So he drove between the house and them until one fine moment he was caught by the husband of one of his mistresses. He simply put her out on the street, wearing what her mother gave birth to. That's a male, isn't it? You're not like that with us. Are you a good husband and father?" Anne said. "Yes, not like that," Andrew answered, trying not to look at Zoe. "Pour some tea. I really want to try your cherry pie." They poured him tea and gave him a large piece of pie, which he ate very quickly. "This is divine baking. You need to open your own candy store, Anne. There would be no end to buyers." There were 3 days off after the flight, and Andrew decided to devote himself entirely to his family. He walked with Victor, helped with housework, and was the most caring and helpful. Zoe was already starting to doubt it, but she heard an SMS arrive. "I still have to put my plan into action. Otherwise it won't end well." 3 days later, Andrew was leaving on a long flight, which was supposed to last, according to rough estimates, at least a month. There were difficult domestic flights and loaded stops. Zoe packed him a whole bag of food, put a pile of clothes, and sat down next to the baby's crib. Andrew gratefully accepted everything that Zoe did for him, and again a worm of conscience began to stir inside him, which he successfully strangled. At the end of the day, I'm a temperamental man, not some kind of impotent. I'm not going to get a divorce to marry one of them. I never dreamed of this, even in a nightmare, he consoled himself. He set off on the voyage, intending to end his relationship with his three passions. He couldn't make any decision, or rather, he did not want to accept it. It was just easier for him. As soon as he crossed the border, he forgot either about Zoe or his mistress. He traveled through Germany, France, and Italy and met with all three. Made each one happy. Everyone got their share of joy. After these meetings, he suddenly felt exhausted, and he desperately wanted to go home to his loving wife and child. He began to lie to everyone and say that he had to leave tomorrow. There were several trucks in the parking lot, the drivers of which were resting. Under the canopy there was a small table at which sat a group of men talking. Andrew decided that he didn't want to eat alone now, so he took his food and joined the group. The men took him in and put all the food in one pile, from which everyone took and ate. Andrew also put his supplies into the common pot. Can you imagine? I come home, and there I am having fun with my former classmate. Oil painting. I, of course, kicked out both lovers. Gave my wife a hard time, said the big guy in the vest. Divorced? The bald man asked him. Beaten up. So she's still afraid of me, the big man answered. Guys, don't you cheat on your wives on business trips? Asked Andrew. We are a different matter, we are men. That says it all, and we always exercise caution, the big man explained. After lunch, everyone went to their cars. Andrew also climbed into his sleeping bag. He kept thinking about their conversation, and was even afraid to imagine his Zoe in the arms of another man. I forcibly drove away such images from myself and even dozed off for a while. But I woke up to someone knocking on the cabin door. Andrew looked outside. A big man stood near the car and held a kitten in his hands, nailed in the parking lot. I have 2 cats and a dog at home. I have nowhere to take it. Maybe you'll take it. Don't even know. When I was a child, I had a cat. Then he left somewhere and never returned. Probably got hit by a car. Wait, I'll bring you food. I bought it on my way. Yes, you need it now. The big man went to his car and returned carrying 2 bags of food in his hands. Here you go, it's with beef. Mine love these canned goods. Is this a cat or a cat? Andrew tried to look, but the kitten held its tail tightly and scratched desperately. The girl, I called her Marquise, answered the big man. How did you manage to meet her like that? Or have you been standing here for a long time? I've been waiting 3 days for the documents to arrive from the farm. We messed something up. We went to fix it, the big man answered. It's clear. Okay, I'll take your awning. I'm going home anyway. We have our own home. There is a place. Andrew thought about home, and his heart immediately sank. He remembered the conversation between the men at dinner, and he felt cold inside. He was in a gloomy mood the entire way back. Only the Marquise consoled him. She was very calm. The cat sat and slept in the front seat or in a sleeping bag. During stops, he would take her out for cat activities to feed and water her. The Marquise ate with pleasure the food the big man gave her. Arriving home, he entered the gate, went to the front door, but stopped at the threshold. Then, pushing aside the annoying thoughts, he stepped inside. What he saw inside horrified him. Zoe was sitting on their favorite sofa, with a huge man hugging her shoulders. Zoe laid her head on his shoulder and said something affectionately to him and stroked his head. He recognized the man as a neighbor from the house across the street. The blood rushed to my head. Andrew let go of the Marquise, who jumped to the floor, and then jumped onto the sofa, on which a happy Zoe was sitting. Zoe turned around to see who had arrived and saw Andrew. The cat is out of the house, the mice dance. Andrew said angrily. What is this about? Zoe asked, as if there was no one in the house except her and Andrew. What kind of cat is this? My God, how pretty. The name of. The neighbor took the Marquise in his arms and began scratching her behind the ear. The Marquise was tormented and basked in his arms. Now he took my cat, you bastard. Andrew rushed at his neighbor with his fists. The neighbor dodged and laughed, which sent the already enraged Andrew into a complete frenzy. Andrew grabbed a chair and chased his neighbor. The Marquise jumped off the sofa and quickly hid under it. Zoe squealed. Victor began to cry in the next room. Suddenly, Zoe stood up and stunned Andrew with one powerful blow. He fell to the floor, not understanding anything and holding his ear. "Zoe, what are you doing?" "For what?" Andrew asked his wife in bewilderment. "This is for your colleagues." "Which colleagues? What are you talking about?" Andrew tried to get up, but Zoe didn't let him and sat down on top. "Sorry, I accidentally read your correspondence. It's just that while I was checking the weather, I received an SMS from my mistress, and then another one." "Zoe, I'll explain." Andrew didn't even try to free himself. "There is no need to explain anything. You've lost my trust. I believed you. As I thought to myself, my husband earns money abroad, and he hangs around with women there. Everything is on time. And how do you have the conscience to look me in the eye, male?" "Yes, Zoe, you are completely right. I am a male, and probably nothing can correct my essence. But you're good too. As soon as I was out the door, you immediately brought a man into the house. How should I understand this?" Zoe did not answer immediately. "Andrew, tell me how you felt when you saw a strange man hugging me." "Like what?" "Jealousy. Anger, of course, what else?" "Then how do you think I should feel when I found out that you have two mistresses who are waiting for you somewhere far away? Or will you say again that this is something else? Do you understand that you hurt me? My heart is broken. I don't know when I'll be able to trust you. By the way, the man is our neighbor, Michael. He and I agreed to act out the scene in front of you. And in my opinion, it was a success. So it's all not true." "Michael, sorry." Andrew walked up to Michael and extended his hand. Michael shook hands in response. "Nothing. Happens. Understand." Michael rubbed his bruised shoulder. "That is, I'm the only one who changed here. The fact is that I do not perceive this as cheating, but rather as satisfying the need for sex. Do you want me to understand this and forgive?" "Sorry, but I can't do it yet. I pack my things and leave with Victor to visit my mother. For now, live alone and think, let me know how you decide." Zoe began walking around the apartment, collecting things to move. "Maybe it's better if I leave?" "No, I decided so, and it will be my way. Move away." Andrew was at a loss. Michael left quietly. The Marquise crawled out from under the sofa and quietly made a puddle near the table. "What should I do with you now? How do you get used to the litter box?" "I don't know a thing." Andrew went for a rag and a bucket and began to wipe up the puddle. In order not to sit at home, Andrew decided to take the Marquise to the veterinarian. He examined the cat and gave the name of the medicine to treat the ears. "Fine. Tell me, when can she be sterilized?" "She appears to be about 3 months old. Bring it back in 6 months, if you don't feel the need first." Andrew arrived home and saw that Zoe had packed her things and the baby and was waiting for him. Andrew, with his head down and looking like a beaten dog, carried his things into the trunk, put Victor in the car seat, and waited for Zoe to get into the car. They drove in silence the entire way. Zoe looked out the window and pretended to admire the scenery. Andrew didn't want to say anything or make excuses. When they arrived at Anne's house, the neighbors were sitting on a bench at the entrance and fell silent in bewilderment when they saw Andrew carrying things into the apartment. And when he carried it and went down to get into the car and drive off, they began to whisper. "They just got married. They're already running away," one neighbor said. "How do we know? Maybe the house is being renovated," another suggested. Upon arrival at her mother's, Zoe laid out her things and settled into the room. Andrew helped unpack things and set up a crib for Victor. Zoe silently began unpacking things and putting them on the shelves. "Zoe, I don't know what to say." "Forgive me, please," Andrew began. "Sorry. Do you think an apology will fix everything? You understand that you violated my trust and caused pain, right?" Zoe answered, not looking at Andrew. "I understand that I made a mistake. I didn't mean to offend you, I just didn't think. I do not know how to explain it." Andrew tried to find words, and I thought about you every day. I believed you and waited, and you lied to me, deceived me. Zoe, I don't know what to do. I love you and Victor. I regret my actions. Please give me a chance to improve." Andrew's plea sounded sincere. Chance. Do you think you can go back and forget about what happened? It is not so easy. Andrew, I need time to digest everything in order to understand what to do next, Zoe said with sadness in her voice. Over the next days, Andrew came and tried to help in the house, look after Victor and support his son. He tried to be attentive and caring. However, Zoe remained cold and distant. He understood that he had lost the most precious thing in his life because of his action. Now he had to realize his mistakes and cope with the consequences of his action. Andrew worked hard and thought a lot. He even started going to see a psychologist. He did not believe in psychologists, but several meetings completely changed his mind. He finally figured out what he really wanted for himself. A few months after Zoe left, Andrew decided to write a letter. In this letter, he expressed his deep remorse for his actions, admitted his mistakes, and asked for forgiveness. After sending the letter, Andrew waited anxiously for a response. A few days later, he received a response. In it, she expressed her gratitude for his words and efforts, and also wrote that she was ready to give him a second chance. Zoe came to visit Andrew a few days later. He waited impatiently for what she would tell him. Zoe put the kettle on, put the cake that Anne had baked, and 2 cups on the table. "Sit down. We will talk and discuss our future with you." They spent long hours talking about the past, feelings, and what happened. Zoe realized that Andrew had changed internally. She still loved him, did not want to leave, but the pain from her husband's betrayal did not allow her to forget his offense. At the end of the meeting, Zoe said to Andrew, "I won't forget about the past, but I'm ready to give us a chance to start over with a clean slate, but remember, it will be a job for both of you." She rose from her seat and poured some food for Marquise. Andrew realized that she gradually began to forgive him, and this made his love for life only stronger. The one who forgives a lot loves more. He remembered the words from the Bible. Together they went for things. Together they brought everything back into the house. Zoe busied herself putting things back into the closets and shelves, then went out with Victor for a walk. The weather was sunny outside. Zoe saw that neighbor Michael was digging beds on his property and decided to greet him. "Michael, good afternoon. We're back. How are you doing?" "Everything is fine. We are returning to normal life," answered Zoe. "I wish you success," said Michael and returned to his garden. A taxi pulled up to the house and Anne got out. She came out holding flat cardboard boxes. They contained pies. Andrew went out to the pie and was amazed. "So, son-in-law, on your advice, I opened a pastry shop. I make pies. You were right. There is no end to the buyer. I brought you my new items. Try it." "That's the news. Congratulations." "Well then, come on home, we'll drink tea." He took the boxes from Anne's hands and led her into the house first. Suddenly, a message came to his phone from his mistress. Andrew looked and blocked the contact. After thinking a little, he also blocked the contact of the remaining 2. "We have to start everything from scratch. There is no place for old sins," he decided.